I've been meaning to post this story for a while, but just now got around to it. For the sake of imagery, I'm female, and when this took place, I was 13 or 14 years old. My family moved to a semi-posh, small housing development when I was in 8th grade. At the time, there were maybe 12 other homes in the development. Soon after moving in, my parents made friends with our next-door neighbors, James and Margaret. They were only slightly younger than my parents. I would guess mid-30s, and had no children. When asked why they hadn't had any children yet, James said something along the lines of, "I'm waiting to get my ducks in a row." They were super nice, friendly, and fun to be around. Sometimes my parents would leave my little sister and me with them while they would go out. They had a huge house and tons of movies to watch and cable, which we did not have. At first, I really enjoyed hanging out with James because I thought he was funny and really easy to talk to. He spoke to me like he would to an adult, like we were friends. I could talk to him about school or vent about how strict my parents were. For months, things seemed totally normal. Then, very slowly, things started to change. I started to gradually feel more and more uncomfortable around James. He would say little things that I felt were slightly suggestive. Sometimes he would hug me for too long. At first, I just ignored it and assumed I was probably being paranoid. We continued to be friends with James and Margaret. We would have dinner with them. Sometimes, Margaret would invite me over to bake with her. One night, James gave me a fake earring and said it would be really funny if I put it on my belly button to scare my mom. I actually agreed. I thought it would be hilarious. My mom is really, really conservative. I went to put it on my belly button and he said, "It would be even funnier if you put it on your nipple instead. Do you think it would fit?" And he tried to lift my shirt up. That was when I knew I wasn't paranoid and that this man was not my friend. Clearly, I should have immediately told my parents, but teenage me was not that smart. I was really embarrassed by the situation and for some reason felt like I would just make everyone mad at me if I said something. So, from that point on, I just made up any excuse to not be around James. If he and Margaret came to our house, I would stay in my room the whole time. If my family went to their house, I would say I had homework or just wanted to stay home by myself. My parents just figured I was being a typical antisocial teenager. For a while, nothing happened. Then James started calling my house every time my parents went out and I was at home. He would ask for my dad or mom, but then would try to casually strike up a conversation with me. I would just brush him off and tell him I let my parents know he called. One night I was home alone and he called. He said he was bored and asked if I wanted to come over and watch a movie. I said I had homework. Another night he called and asked if he could swing by and pick up some movies that he had let my parents borrow. I felt like I didn't have a valid excuse for why he couldn't take back his own movies, so I said okay. He said he'd come get them in a few minutes. I very quickly grabbed the movies, put them on my front porch, then went back inside and locked the doors. He rang the bell, but I ignored him. He must have said something to my mom about it because she asked me why I didn't just give them to him and why I didn't answer the door. I told her my music must have been too loud and I didn't hear it. I came up with excuse after excuse and still said nothing, all the while growing to truly hate James. One night while home alone, I was cleaning my room. My bedroom is on one side of the house that faces James and Margaret's house, on the second floor. I was just listening to some music and cleaning near the window. I glanced up and there was James, standing in front of his kitchen sliding glass door, staring up at me. He was fully naked and masturbating. At the time, young and uninformed, me didn't actually even know what masturbating was. All I knew was that James was definitely naked and definitely watching me and grabbing his own wiener. I quickly slammed down the shade and turned off my light. I was so upset that I hid in my closet. A few nights later, my best friend was spending the night. I had told her about what had happened and she actually kind of laughed in disbelief. She said I must have imagined it. No way was he just standing there naked. She believed me later that night when we were hanging out in my room and she suddenly darted into my closet and screamed, "He's there and he's in his birthday suit." From that point on, I actually kept that shade duct tape shut so nobody would make the mistake of leaving it up. That was the last thing that ever happened. I still didn't say anything because I was so embarrassed and afraid. After that, he and Margaret even started being distant from my parents. We didn't get invited over anymore. They didn't call. My parents would occasionally talk and wonder what happened. They couldn't understand why James and Margaret would stop just being friends with them. Still, I said nothing. Looking back, I think James probably panicked when he realized that both I and my friend had seen him and that it would be two people's word against his. Over the years, James and Margaret's coldness eventually turned into hostility. They would complain and argue with my parents over trivial neighbor stuff. We didn't mow our lawn often enough. Our trees were slightly over the property line. Our cats were coming into their yard. One night over dinner, my mom was venting about it and said, "I don't understand what happened. They were our friends and now they basically hate us. What could we have possibly done to offend them so badly?" I couldn't take it anymore. I just blurted it out. James was a pervert and was harassing me. I told them every single thing that happened and it all just fell into place, and they understood and totally believed me. Obviously, they were livid, and my dad wanted to march over to their house immediately and confront James. However, over 5 years had passed. I was an adult at this point, and aside from not wanting to have anything to do with him, I had no proof. James and Margaret still live next door to my parents. Sometimes when I go to their house to visit, he's outside working on his lawn. I never wave or smile as I drive by, but sometimes I lock eyes with him. Although he never had to deal with any consequences, I still feel like I won in the end. I came out totally unscathed, but he's still a pervert and he has to live with that. I'm not sure why this is occurring, but on 4 separate occasions, my stuff has been moved into weird places, both outdoors and indoors. I did not do any of it myself on accident. Due to the nature of the incidents, I would remember it. What I mean by this, initially I was watching a movie in my living room, which is on the first floor of my house, and fell asleep. It was a Friday night. I woke up around 1 a.m. and went upstairs to my bedroom. It looked like somebody was lying under my covers in a fetal position. I really thought it was a person, but it turned out to be this large panda I bought at FAO Schwartz in New York a few years ago. It wasn't a good idea, but I didn't really think I was in serious danger, so I finally got myself to go up to my bed and remove the blanket, and the panda was lying on its side. The panda had been in the game room before. I'm a very heavy sleeper, so this could have happened while I was sleeping, and I wouldn't have realized it, which is why this incident was the scariest to me. This was about a month ago. Since then, 3 similar incidents have occurred. Around a week afterward, I believe it was a Thursday, I got home and found that a pitcher of strawberry lemonade I had made was half empty, or half full, and had been placed in the plastics cupboard. It was in the refrigerator that morning. I did not put it there, and I don't see how I could possibly put it there mistakenly. Next, a few days after the lemonade, I believe, my bike that had been in my garage was moved to the backyard. But I blame myself for that one because I don't always close the garage, though I do always lock the doors. The garage door has no key option though, and can only be locked from the inside by simply twisting the lock. My front door is the only door in my house that can be opened with a key, which only I have, to the best of my knowledge. None of my windows have locks because it's impossible to open any of my windows unless you simply broke them. I don't remember exactly how far afterwards this was, but it was probably a couple of weeks. 3 of my books that I had sitting on my nightstand were in the fridge. All of the incidents, except for the panda, must have happened while I was not home, though I guess it's possible that the panda thing happened while I wasn't home. I was creeped out before, and at that point I was very scared. I live in a small town in the mountains, where I've lived for most of my life, and my neighborhood is pretty far back from the main road. I live alone and have no landlord. I haven't reported anything to the police because I haven't been threatened, so they really wouldn't do anything, though it is breaking and entering. My next door neighbors on the left and right of me can't really see my house from theirs, but I've asked them if they've seen anything weird, like someone lurking around the neighborhood or something. I don't know how or why they would, and they claim they haven't. This family lived in my house before me, and I know that the father is an architect and built my house himself, so no one else lived there before them, but other than that, I don't know much about them. I have also installed 3 security cameras on my property, and the last incident to occur was the books in the fridge, but I'm very creeped out. I don't know who would be doing this, and in case you were wondering, I don't have a basement. Update. I went to the police this morning. I decided to actually go to the station in my town to do so. I filed a report, asked for a copy of my report, which they said I'll get in about a week, and asked what could be done. I was told to install security cameras in my house, as you guys also told me, and I was also told that in my state, breaking and entering specifically isn't recognized as a charge, but burglary is. Though like I said, nothing had been stolen. But it's apparent that the intent is to mess with me. If there turned out to be an adult that was charged with burglary, they said it would be punishable by up to 20 years in prison, but obviously it depends on the nature of the crime. I mentioned this below, but they also said that it counts as unlawful entering, which is a lesser charge, and vandalism, obviously a misdemeanor. It's very screwed up. The police agreed to patrol my neighborhood 3 times per week, Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. They recommended having somebody stay with me, which I will probably do if possible. If I do, I will most likely have my sister stay with me because she attends college in our area and lives alone as well, so it would be easiest for her. I was asked, as you all asked me, about sleepwalking and the carbon monoxide detectors, and I told them the same things I posted here. I haven't done this yet, but later today, I will be purchasing more cameras for the interior of my house. My outdoor ones are infrared, and each has its own IP address, so I can access the feed from my cell phone through a web browser with my username and password, set up an account whenever I'd like to. I plan on getting the same kind for inside. Update 2. My indoor cameras have been installed. If anything else happens, I will be posting it here. Thanks for your time. I'm making a throwaway for this because it's a very personal story, but I've wanted to tell it for a while. This happened a few years ago, but I'm only able to tell it now due to the circumstances. One early morning, I had a coworker come to my house to clean it. She had a cleaning service with her daughter for side work. I designed her business cards and flyers in exchange for a free house cleaning. Bartering is awesome. I made my husband leave so he wouldn't be in the way. It was just before hunting season, so he went to the range to spot in his scope before the usual rush. I was home with my then 4-year-old. I helped the ladies clean by moving things and getting supplies and such. I couldn't sit around while they cleaned. I felt guilty for some reason. After they left around 10 a.m., I was standing in my kitchen admiring the shiny floors and inhaling the fresh smell when I saw a figure go past the carport door. The way our house was set up was, there was a carport with a small storage room separate from the house, with steps to the kitchen door and steps down to the back patio that made a breezeway between the house and storage room. On the other side of the storage room was a walkway to and from the backyard. We didn't have a fence, but our neighbors did. So essentially, you could walk in a circle around the storage room from the patio to the carport and back again. The figure went through that breezeway to the back patio. I froze and slowly went to the living room in the front of the house to check if the lady's car was gone. It was only my car out there. There are no other cars on our street besides the familiar neighbors' cars. No meter reader, truck, etc. I heard a crash on the patio and my dog started barking. A few months before this, we had our lawnmower stolen from the backyard, and a man was on our neighbor's back porch trying to steal the butts from the cigars her husband smoked out there. She ran to my house with her little dog. She was 8 months pregnant and we called the police, but I handed her my 20 gauge. I do trap shooting. Police found the man pushing my lawnmower down the busy highway from which our street turns off. I thought that this person could be back to steal my lawnmower again. I thought to myself, no way, and told my daughter to go in her room and stay there quietly. I gave her a bag of M&Ms to keep busy. I retrieved the 9mm and waited in the kitchen for about 10 minutes until I didn't hear anything. I figured the noise they made by knocking over the yard tools and the dog barking ran them off. I looked out all of the windows and didn't see anything. I was about to call 911 and went outside to see what was stolen so I could make a report had anything been stolen. I left the kitchen door and shut the screen. I went onto the carport and made my way around the walkway between the storage room and the neighbor's fence to the backyard. My daughter came to the screen and said she was out of M&Ms. I told her to go back to her room and I would be there after I took the trash out. My way of calming her to not make her alert of what I was doing. I rounded the storage room to the back patio and saw him. A young man, maybe early 20s, taller than me by almost a foot. I'm 5'5", standing at the corner of the storage room next to the breezeway, holding our large 5-gallon gas can. He sees me and begins to turn and run through the breezeway, right where my 4-year-old is standing. In that instant, I didn't ask him his intentions. I only knew he was a stranger between me and my daughter, with a gas can in his hand going toward her location. So I did what any mama bear would do to protect her cub. I used the 9mm to stop him. It entered his lower waist, around the love handle area, just where his waistband sat. He dropped the can, fell to his knees, and reached to me with fear in his eyes, saying, "You shot me." I said, "I don't know you, and you scared me and aren't supposed to be here." I made him lay down and went to the back door. I set my gun down and told my daughter to stay inside. I grabbed some kitchen towels and ran back to him. I made him roll over and I pulled up his shirt and saw that he had a large knife, and I took it out of his pocket and threw it in the backyard. I told him what I was doing. I called 911, held the towel around his waist, and held it on the wound. I talked to him and told him that I hate that it happened, but I have a child in that house and you will not frighten her. I was crying at this point because this man was in obvious distress, but I stayed with him, making sure he wouldn't bleed out on my patio. He said he just needed some gas. I told him that can was boat gas, diesel, and would have blown his motor, and that was stupid. He chuckled and said, "Yeah, I guess so." Not the stupidest thing I've ever done. The first police arrived, came to the backyard, drew on him, and I said, "I need to make sure my daughter is okay." Showed one officer where the gun was and stood at the back door while they tended to him. The ambulance arrived just then and took him on the rolling thing. Can't think of the name right now. I called my husband over and couldn't get him. Of course, he was at the range. He wouldn't be able to hear my call. I brought the officers in the house after the ambulance left and offered them tea. I didn't talk, except I need to call my husband. They were very nice and calming. I finally got a hold of him. He told me later he almost had an accident because he went numb and drove about 100 on the freeway to get home. Our daughter had been so quiet and brave, but as soon as she saw her dad, she started bawling. I ended up going through the standard procedures. They took me to the police station, didn't handcuff me or anything, and let me have a cigarette outside before my lawyer showed up. I needed something to calm my nerves. When the day came for our hearing, the prosecutor had told my lawyer that the man was a recent absent without leave. They found his car in a nearby strip mall parking lot, not out of gas. He didn't show up at the hearing, so add an FTA on his record. The case was pushed back about a year due to the backlog, and once I heard from the lawyer, he said unless I chose to press charges myself, they were going to close it for my part, and I was not charged due to self-defense. If I were to charge, they'd have to find the guy again and draw it out even more. I decided not to, so my part was over. His was still active. Absent without leave, attempted robbery, trespassing, other charges he had accumulated before me, FTA, etc. But I wouldn't have to be part of it. I think that's how it was explained to me. So, dude with the gas can, I'm glad you didn't die. But let's not meet again, or you might not be so lucky next time. Judging by the length of the song I had playing at the time. I've never seen the truck again, but I've also never been back since I graduated. I live in a college city that is also near a lot of amusement parks and tourist areas. The cities on the outskirts have entire gated communities filled with huge vacation rentals. Some of these houses are basically mansions with pools, game rooms, theaters, and more bedrooms than anybody would realistically need. A couple months ago, one of my friends rented one of those villas for the weekends and threw an end of semester party. It wasn't an open party posted online or anything like that. She invited her friends and some of her cousins around our age, and everybody was allowed to bring a few people. I went with my boyfriend. At the busiest point, there were probably 30 to 40 people spread throughout the house. Some were outside by the pool, some were drinking in the kitchen, and other people were in the game room. There was also a theater upstairs that people kept going in and out of. A smaller group of us planned on spending the night, so people had overnight bags, purses, chargers, and blankets lying around. Most people were still planning to leave later. I first noticed this dude maybe an hour or two in the party. He looked around our age, probably early 20s. There was nothing about him that immediately stood out. He was dressed normally, talking to people, and acting completely comfortable. I assumed he came with one of my friend's cousins because I had never met all of their friends. I remember seeing him talking to my boyfriend and some other guys near the game room. When I walked over, he joined the conversation like he already knew everybody. He even knew a couple of people's names, so I didn't question it. The first time somebody asked who he was, it was honestly funny. One of my friends pulled me aside and asked if I knew who he was, and I told her that I thought he came with one of our friend's cousins. We were all drinking, so it became a joke for a while. People kept asking each other who invited him, but nobody seemed seriously concerned. Eventually, someone said they remembered seeing him walk through the front door with the group that had gone outside to get drinks and other things from their cars. When someone finally asked that group, they said they didn't know him either. They remembered him walking inside directly behind them, but they thought he had already been at the party and had just gone outside for a minute. One of them had held the door open for him without thinking about it. At that point, we were all laughing like, so who the heck is this man? It was weird, but there were so many people there that we still thought there had to be an explanation. Maybe the person who invited him was outside, or maybe they had already left. Maybe one of the drunk people there had invited someone and forgotten. He wasn't standing in a corner staring at people or doing anything that screams danger. He was being social, played games with people, and moved around the party like everyone else. At one point, I was standing near a conversation where he commented on how big the house was. He said something like, "There are so many rooms, but there are also mad people here. Where is everybody even going to sleep?" It didn't seem like a weird question because people were already talking about who was staying and who was leaving. Somebody explained that only a smaller group was spending the night. A few couples had bedrooms, and some people would probably sleep in the theater because it had large reclining seats. The theater was the main reason anybody was going upstairs during the party. People had been watching music videos and hanging out in there throughout the night, so nobody really paid attention to who was going up or coming back down. Later that night, one of my friends got way too drunk. Another friend helped her upstairs and put her in one of the bedrooms so she could sleep it off. That room was also being used by a few people who were staying overnight, so there were bags and other things inside. My friend left the bedroom door open because people were going to be going in and out, and so anyone passing by could check on her. A little while later, the same friend who had helped her upstairs went back to make sure she was okay. The bedroom door was almost completely shut. She knew that she had left it open, but at first, she assumed somebody had closed it because of the noise downstairs. When she opened the door, the guy was inside the room alone with our friend. Our friend was still passed out on the bed. Her purse was open near her, and the guy was standing by the nightstand holding her phone. My other friends immediately asked him what he was doing. He said the phone had been ringing and he was trying to figure out who it belonged to. Then he said that he had heard someone throwing up earlier and wanted to make sure that she was okay. My friend told him he didn't even know her and had no reason to be alone in the bedroom with her, especially with the door basically closed. He kept saying she was misunderstanding the situation and that he was only trying to help. The arguing woke up our drunk friend enough for her to look at him and ask who he was. My other friend started yelling downstairs, asking who brought him, and telling whoever he came with that they both needed to leave. People started coming upstairs and gathering in the hallway. At first, everyone expected someone to step forward and claim him, but nobody did. One of my friend's boyfriends is a lot more confrontational than the rest of us. He walked up to the guy and directly asked who he came with. The guy said the people he knew had already left. My friend's boyfriend asked for their names. He gave one first name, but nobody knew who he was talking about. Then he said he might have gotten the person's name wrong because they had only recently met. Somebody pointed out that earlier he had acted like he knew one of my friend's cousins. He said that we had misunderstood him. According to him, he never said he knew them. He only said he had been hanging around with that group during the party. My friend's boyfriend told him nobody there knew him, so he needed to leave. What really bothered me was how calm the guy stayed. He didn't get angry, embarrassed, or nervous. He just shrugged and said something like, "My bad. I thought it was an open party. It's not that serious." Then he walked downstairs and left. For a few seconds, everybody just stood there. He acted so casual that it almost made us feel like we had overreacted and accidentally kicked out some confused drunk person. Then the friend who had been sleeping checked her purse. Some of her cash was gone. That was when everybody started checking their belongings. Somebody couldn't find their car keys. Another girl's wallet was missing. Somebody else couldn't find their AirPods. A group of us started searching the house. When they checked the theater upstairs, somebody opened the storage compartment inside one of the reclining seats. There were several things inside that clearly didn't belong together. There were 2 wallets, a set of car keys, AirPods, a watch, loose cash, and a couple pieces of jewelry. 2 driver's licenses had been removed from wallets and placed at the bottom of the compartment. Both IDs belonged to girls who were at the party. Everything belonged to different people and had been taken from different places around the house. One person had left her wallet in the kitchen. The car keys had been on a table near the pool door, and the AirPods had been inside a jacket in the game room. Nothing technically left the house because he was confronted before he could take it, but somebody had gathered all of it and hid it inside the theater. We couldn't prove that he had moved every single item, but he had just been found alone in a bedroom, holding our friend's phone with her purse open beside him. People also started remembering that he had gone upstairs multiple times throughout the night. Nobody thought anything of it at first because the theater was up there and people had been coming and going. I know people are probably going to ask why we didn't call the police. There were a lot of people drinking at this party, including people who should not have been. Everybody was worried the police would show up, treat him like a regular party crasher, and focus more on everything happening at the house. Nobody wanted my friend to get in trouble or lose the rental. In hindsight though, I know we probably should have still called. Since the house was under my friend's name, she contacted the property manager and resort security. The rest of us only know what happened afterward through the update she gave us. The house had a camera facing the front entrance, and the community had security cameras throughout. The front camera showed the group we remembered coming back from their cars. The guy was walking toward the house alone, several feet behind them. Right before they reached the door, he sped up and fell into step with them. When one of the people held the door open, he walked inside without saying anything. The group thought he was already with us. Everyone inside thought he had come with them. Security found more footage of him walking around the community before he entered our villa. They couldn't figure out how he originally got through the gate. He wasn't connected to my friend's reservation, and there was no guest pass under his name. From what the property manager told my friend, they checked with the nearby villas he had been seen around and contacted the relevant renters or property managers. Nobody recognized him or claimed he was their guest. The property manager was apparently furious with the resort because the community advertised itself as heavily secured. Somehow, a random person had gotten through the gate, wandered around the neighborhood, and walked into a rental without being stopped. For a few weeks, my friend didn't hear anything else. Then the property manager contacted her again. Security had stopped the same guy inside the resort on another occasion. I don't know exactly what he was doing at that time, but he wasn't staying there and wasn't listed as anybody's approved guest. They checked his identification and connected him to the footage from our party. His name wasn't common, so my friend looked him up. She found a Facebook profile that matched him and then found court records and an older local article. He had been previously convicted of theft. He'd also been arrested for breaking into a home in a neighborhood nearby, entering property, taking wallets, electronics, and other belongings. I don't know what legally happened after our incident. My friend was told the footage and information were given to law enforcement and that he was permanently banned from the resort since nothing actually left the house. I'm not sure whether he was ever charged for what happened at our party. I still think about how easily he got inside. He didn't force his way through the gate or break into the house. He just walked behind a group of people and let everyone make assumptions for him. He stayed for hours. He talked to us, learned people's names, and heard that some of us planned on sleeping there. Had my friend not gone back upstairs when she did, I don't know how long he would have stayed or what else he would have done. The scariest part is that if nobody had questioned him, he probably would have spent the night in that house with us. I was in my mid-20s in the summer of 2007 and living just outside one of the most dangerous cities in the country. I moved there for a job and was from a very small town in another state, and therefore somewhat naive about danger. I loved my apartment. It was new-ish and I felt safe there at first. I chose the third floor, specifically because I wanted a high balcony. I and my 3 cats and Chihuahua used to go out in the evenings and sit on the floor of the balcony. We didn't have a chair, lol, and enjoy the weather and view. One Friday evening, I was out there after work and happened to overhear a conversation between a young girl on the second floor, directly below me, and a guy who was walking through the yard below. I kid you not, her parents were out of town and she was having a secret house party, just like in the movies. She told him what time the party was starting and asked him to bring some beer, drugs, and friends, and he said he would. I thought nothing of this and went inside to watch Judge Judy. After dark that night, probably between 10:30 and midnight, I took my pets and went to sit on the balcony as we often did. The party girl below me had her sliding glass door open and her party was hopping, and loud. After eavesdropping for a little while, I heard 2 men come out onto the balcony and start talking. This is kinda weird because it's almost like they knew I was up there snooping and wanted me to hear them, but I don't know how they would have known. I was being extra quiet, so at most, they might have heard my dog's toenails tapping around. It's been a long time, so I can't remember verbatim what was said, but I do remember hearing one guy saying something about expletive upstairs. I heard them say something about drugs and something like, let's go pay him a visit since we're here. Ooh, drama. Wait a minute. I'm upstairs. This made me uncomfortable, so I listened for them to go in and I grabbed my critters and went inside too. I walked over to my door and checked both locks just in case. I walked through the hall to the bathroom, and I heard a bunch of boom sounds on my door. At this point, my life turns into a scary movie and everything goes into slow motion. I'm staring at the door and I hear the booming again on the door and rattle of the doorknob. And this time it didn't stop for several seconds. I had no clue what to do, so I did the dumb thing and walked gingerly across the carpet toward the door, careful to not make a sound, and looked out the peephole. There were 2 rough-looking men at the door, presumably the ones from downstairs. While I had my face pressed against the door watching them, one of them turned like he was going to walk away, but instead built up momentum and rammed the door with all of his might. I felt it budge against me and I almost pissed myself. My Chihuahua, who had only been growling a little bit up until this point, started screaming bloody murder, which subsequently made the creepers react. Almost as if maybe for a second they thought the apartment might have been empty, but now they knew it was occupied. Then the other guy approached and began donkey kicking the door. When you turn your back to a door, knock by kicking your foot against the door. This had been going on for what seemed like forever, and I swear the door was going to give way. I was still watching them when I realized that if they got in, not only would they probably butcher me, but they would probably also kill Ziggy, Scabby, and Cheeseball. And my chihuahua, so I got mad. I did something I didn't think I'd ever really have to do. Don't read any further if you are sensitive about weapons. My ex-boyfriend and I liked to shoot at the quarry back home, and I had a couple of guns and cases under my bed. I crept in the bedroom trying to keep an ear and eye on the door, pulled out a case, loaded my .45, and walked back to the front door, which they were still pounding and trying to jerk open. Can't say what was scarier at that point. The creepy people pounding the door, or the fact that I might have to protect myself and hurt another human being. I looked out to people to see them still there, talking. Couldn't hear them, and with my face against the door, I pulled the hammer back. I guess it's not impossible that they heard it, but then again, I couldn't hear them talking to each other. I don't know why, but they communicated again for a second and ran, not walked away. After I heard the stairwell's door shut behind them, I sighed a big sigh of relief and began to cry. I called the police and waited for them to come to my door so I could report what happened. After putting all the clues together, it really seemed as if these guys were looking for a former tenant who might have had a drug dealer or someone who owed them money for drugs. Luckily, nothing else ever came of it, and I never saw those dudes again. Now, there is one thing I left out since I don't know if it makes much difference, but this particular town was full of what we used to call skinheads. Very bad guys with swastika tattoos somewhere on their bodies that would always be visible. I'm pretty sure those guys were skinheads. So, creepy guys, for my sake and yours, let's not meet. I used to work for a fabric store when I was 18 and a freshman in college. I was the night supervisor, so the manager would leave me alone with 2 other girls. I'm a female, 26 now, in the middle of my shift to finish the night. We would be the only people working from 6 p.m. to 9 p.m. each night. There is this man that would come in with his elderly mother after my manager left for the day. She was wheelchair bound and about 90 years old, and he was 60 years old-ish. She'd pick out her fabric and he would wheel her over to my table so I could cut the amount she needed off of the bolt. While I would measure the fabric, the man would make small talk with me, usually about restaurants or politics. He always made me feel a bit uneasy though. He would refuse help from any other staff but me, and he would be staring and smiling at me in a way that made the hair on the back of my neck stand up. I did not like talking to him or even being near him. And after his 5th or 6th visit to the store, I started to feel uneasy. The first thing he had said that had me on high alert was, you're a pretty little thing. Well, not all of you are little. While motioning to my torso. The table I cut the fabric at was up to my elbows, so I knew he wasn't saying I had a gut or a muffin top. He was obviously referring to my chest, so I didn't know how to handle that, and I didn't want to be rude in front of my staff, but I frowned at him and shook my head no, like he was out of line. This didn't stop him though. A few more weeks went by and I thought he wasn't coming back after I showed him I was uncomfortable. One evening around closing time though, he was back. He pushed his mother up to the cutting table and walked off to grab some ribbon. I saw him out of the corner of my eye from where I was standing by the buttons, and I kind of shrunk down to try and hide. It didn't help because when he returned to his mother's side, he asked the girl already there if she could call me up. Since I was the supervisor, I headed up to help so she wouldn't have to deal with him. He rolled the ribbon at me across the table, one spool at a time, with a grin like he was playing a game with me, and I tried to not roll my eyes. I asked him how much he needed of each, and I was writing the ticket for the length and prices of the ribbon. He started talking. The first thing he said was, "Yeah, I take care of old mama here, and she lives with me. Not too keen on bathing and dressing anymore, hey ma?" Now I was officially creeped out. His mom never spoke other than to mumble and point at the fabric she wanted, and this time was no different. I ignored the comment and kept writing. Then he said, She doesn't care if I have my lady friends over either. They can even stay the night. And he tugged on the band of his sweatpants. I still didn't respond. Instead, sliding the pile of ribbon and their ticket across the table to him, but he didn't even glance at them. I raised my eyebrows and asked him if I could get him anything else. He sucked on his teeth and squinted at me before continuing his gross one-sided conversation. He told me he lived upstairs above his mom's room, but she didn't mind the noise whether he was alone or not. So he was implying that he would masturbate and have sex loudly right above his mother's room. This was the last straw for me, so I told him I'd have an associate ring him up, and I promptly went to the break room to escape. I used my walkie-talkie to tell the other girl on the floor to work the register, hoping the creep wouldn't say the same perverted things to her too, but I was still too uncomfortable to deal with him myself. She rang him up without a problem and came back to tell me he was gone. The next day I told my manager about him and what he said to me and how he seemed to be singling me out, and I was very uncomfortable. She told me to hide in the back when he came in and have one of the other girls cut for him. I told the night staff that they didn't have to help him if they didn't want to, but apparently the man didn't say much to the other girls, and they agreed to help him when he came in. He came in a week later, I think around 5 p.m., because my manager was still there and the sun was setting. The store wasn't too busy, but there was a line at the register and I was stuck there the whole time he was shopping, and I couldn't get my manager's attention. He had his mother with him again and he took her to pick out her fabric. I wondered what they needed so much fabric and ribbon for since they had just come in, but common sense told me it wasn't a coincidence when I caught him looking over his shoulder at me repeatedly. He stepped up to the register with his creepy smile and handed me his fabric one piece at a time, and then his ticket, so I had to keep reaching out and taking them from his hand. I was careful not to let my fingers touch his because I was disgusted by him and his comments the previous week. I rang his items up very fast and told him his total without looking at him, but at the screen of the computer, then he told me, "You should come to my room soon and sit in my lap and show an old guy a good time, 'cause mama don't mind," and slid his credit card across the counter to me instead of sliding it through the reader on the counter. I pressed my lips together in anger and snatched up the card and slid it down the reader very fast to make a point that I was mad and grossed out by what he said. He didn't get the hint and kept chuckling to himself. I ripped the receipt out of the machine and dropped it into his bag and gave him a glare. He seemed to think it was funny because he kept smiling and then asked his mom if she thought I was good enough to go home with him. At this point, I had enough and said, "I'm not going anywhere with you and you're being a creep," and logged off the register. I didn't hear what he said next because I was halfway across the store, but my manager later told me that she had heard what I said to him, figured he was the man I had told her about, and she was asking him if she could help him. In a rough way, like she was making a point to show him she knew he was a pervert and he needed to leave. He told her that he was just chatting me up and that I was friendly with him. She knew he was full of crap, and she just said something along the lines of, "Oh, I'm sure," and to have a good day. He left without saying anything else to her. Then she came to tell me what he had said to her and that if she saw him again, she'd tell me to go hide. I wish I could say that he got what was coming and got banned from the store, but since he didn't say anything gross in front of my manager or make lewd gestures in front of the cameras or try to touch me, nothing could be done. He kept coming in for the next 4 months or so I worked there, and each time I was warned I would go work in the back or take a break. I was upset for a long time that he was allowed to come in the store, and I even brought up to the regional manager when he came in, but he told me the same things I'd already heard. I eventually became fed up that nobody would ban the guy from the store, and I quit. This happened to my friend and me when we were about 12 or 13. It was summer in suburban Illinois. We were both female. I've always had an affinity for water, so my friend and I frequented the pools whenever we'd have free time. It was in the middle of July, just after the 4th, a busy season. The pool was packed as usual, nearly at capacity. Normally, we'd be completely ignored as we'd flopped around in the deepest end to escape the crowd. but this time we were approached. Two men, one tall and extremely pale, scruffy with bad skin and residual acne scarring. The other was short and pudgy but dark skin with strikingly dark eyes. They were an odd pair to see together, but shared similar features and were obviously related in some way. They looked to be in their mid to late 20s. Not too long after we made our way out of the crowds to our deep end corner, these two struck up a conversation with us. The tall one was enamored with my friend, the fat one with me. They asked us for our names and very casually, being extremely sheltered, naive children, we were way too open and honest with them. We conversed for some time about kid stuff, and they asked if we wanted to play chicken. My friend and I didn't even have a chance to respond before they dove underwater and scooped us up on their shoulders. At that point, the lifeguard scolded them and we were set back down. They quickly left to get lunch. An hour or two passes. We agree they were creepy and migrate to the lazy river. As we were waiting for a tube, they slip into line behind us and attempt to strike up another conversation. We are polite, but a bit wary at this point. We make it to the front of the line. The only tube they had available was a quad. In our stupidity, we decide to get in and see about ditching out and finding our own tubes while we were cruising. What's a little bit more conversation between friends, right? As soon as we pass under the first bridge and out of sight, they start telling us that they're recently out of jail and they brought knives. By the time we reach the second bridge, the tall one plants his feet down and keeps the tube from moving. It isn't noticeable in the crowd. There isn't even room to leave the tube. The larger one grabs my shoulder and glares at me, asking for a kiss. My friend is grabbed in a similar fashion. We duck and they seem irritated. We're actually petrified. They ask if we like them and we'll keep it a secret. We said yes. Then they ask if we want to meet them at their car for fun. We say yes. They let the tube keep floating and tell us to get out at the next stop, head to the changing room, and meet them out front. We headed straight there and quickly ran through, darting up to the staff room and pounding on the door. They let us in. We told them that we weren't feeling well and needed to call home. They obliged, and my mom picked us up about 30 minutes later. We hid out in the dressing room until then and orbited the older ladies. The men waited for about 15 minutes, visible from the ventilation windows, and then booked it. In retrospect, I wish we had called the cops, but we both came from hyper-religious, patriarchal families. We were scared of the implications. I didn't realize the gravity of the situation until I was lying in bed that night and thought about what our future would have looked like if we had followed them. I hope you creepos got busted, and I hope we never meet again. This story is about 3 years old, from a time when I was living alone in a somewhat sketchy area of a major US city. I was 23 at the time. I'm very small, mind you. I absolutely adored my studio apartment. It was located on the 4th floor of an old red brick building built in 1912, complete with a rickety fire escape and elevator with layers of old paint that had peeled off over the years, exposing a patchwork time capsule of gaudy taste. The walls were thin, the carpet was blue, tacky, and well-worn. The doors were relatively new and cheap. They may as well have been made out of plywood, but it had that great city feel about it. Located in the most populous part of the city, with tall buildings and Art Deco theaters surrounding it, illuminating nightfall with freestanding neon signs and spotlit billboards. I felt free and alive. I lived there for 2 years. Had a few incidents in and around the building that should have been indicators I needed to break my lease, including a neighbor exposing himself to me on the fire escape one night as I was smoking a cigarette, and worse even still, when I was beaten and mugged from my laptop 1 block away. Like many of the building's residents, I had seen hard times before, and moving anywhere safer on my income seemed near impossible. I was barely getting by, so I convinced myself to wait it out, and everything would be okay, until it wasn't. Normally, I would take the train and go dancing Friday nights. This was probably the only Friday night I decided to stay in. My friend Homer was over watching a movie, and another friend, Justin, was staying with me until he could find a room. Despite whatever random turn of events led to this night, I am very grateful they were with me. I lived alone. My neighbors knew that fact, but I knew most of my neighbors. They were mostly struggling actors and artists, a few immigrant families, and some elderly people. They all took care of each other, and none of them, aside from the creep who exposed himself to me, were cause for any concern. I should state here before I continue with my story that the creep I just mentioned was not responsible for the following events. He couldn't have been because he was shorter than me at 5'6", and barely spoke English. At around 10 p.m., I roll out some blankets and yoga mats for the guys to crash on. My bed wasn't much better. A foam futon mattress topper lying on the floor. It is worth mentioning here that because my place was so tiny, the bed could only face one direction without blocking the kitchen door/hallway. It is also worth mentioning here that my apartment looked out into the street, and any street lights on or off are visible from the street below. At 10 p.m., we hit the lights and called it a night. As I lie in bed staring at the door, trying to fall asleep, something catches my eye. Remember I mentioned the fire escape right outside my apartment door? Tenants often walk to the fire escape, much to my landlord's disgust, to smoke cigarettes, weed, or drink beer. Because of its proximity to my door and the open windows, I can hear conversations on this fire escape. The usual suspects who party up there normally brought music with them. Tonight it was silent, but a pair of feet that kept walking in front of my door, their shadow exposed by the fluorescent hallway lights. Nobody is up there drinking tonight. Why is someone going back and forth in the hall? Wait, is someone pacing in front of my door? I feel a jab in my side. Did you see that? Homer whispered. I wasn't going to say anything. Justin chimed in. They were both still awake. Then, to our collective horror, the feet stopped directly in front of my door. About 20-ish seconds later, a second pair joined them. The second man was huge, easily over 6 feet tall because the shadow of his body eliminated the light around half my doorframe. I realized he was standing in front of the side that locks. Then more whispering, this time from the other side of the door. We couldn't make out any of it, except one telling the other, shh. Then the knocking began. It was a light, actually almost friendly knock. The same type of knock I use when visiting a friend's house and let them know I'm at their door. Immediately I froze. None of my neighbors ever came to my door, only my landlord, and only during business hours. I wasn't expecting company, nor did I have the type of friends who showed up unannounced. My building is locked from the outside, and you need to be a resident or have a key to get in. My mind started racing. Do they know I'm home? I was usually gone at this time on weekends. I thought of calling the police and then remembered using my phone in a building with walls so thin you can hear your neighbors. TV programs weren't a great idea. Besides, how would they even get into the building? I sure as heck wasn't opening that door. More knocking. Playful this time. Taunting. Homer and I sat frozen in fear as Justin walked to my kitchen and grabbed 3 knives. He handed one to each of us. My knife was maybe 4 inches long and used for cutting bread. I never felt as trapped and helpless as I did at that moment. It was because of this experience alone I later learned to use firearms. Whispers on the other side of the door, and suddenly banging. I know you're in there, the heavy voice hissed. I know you are home. My heart fell out of my ass when I realized he knew my name. Then we heard the scratching. My lock jiggles. Immediately, Homer half leaps, half stumbles to the door. With the stealth of a ninja, he locks the deadbolt and chain, silently and quickly. They are trying to take the handle off my door. And then it stopped. I looked at the boys. Nobody goes near that door. I remember saying, I have no idea what I did following that moment. I grew up around domestic violence and have a habit of blocking out certain memories or events that disturb me as a defense mechanism. Perhaps it is because of this that I fell asleep that night. When I woke up the next morning, I finally opened my door. A screw was missing from the handle. The other, thankfully, was stripped beyond removal. On the floor was a pile of cigarette butts and ashes. They must have waited outside my door, second-guessing my home, and waiting until the clubs ended. Waited for me in front of my own door. I later asked the boys who played outside around the building what they saw. They were troubled kids who got shaken down weekly by police for stealing bikes, tagging dumpsters, and that kind of stuff. They told me that 2 to 3 huge dudes were staring in my window and trying to jump or lift each other up to the first level and onto the fire escape. That was how they got in. To this day, I have no idea who they were or what they wanted. My landlord was too cheap to ever install security cameras. I get chills down my spine when I think about how they could have possibly known my name. So would-be robbers or rapists who tried breaking in on me and then waited outside my door, let's not meet. Next time, I'll have a gun. This might be a little bit long and perhaps a bit jumbled, but I would like to get it off my chest. In my 19 female freshman year of college, my best friend 19 male at the time, Joe, met David, who I think was 21 male. They became fast friends. Because Joe and I were pretty much attached at the hip, I ended up spending a lot of time with David. To be honest, he kind of creeped me out from the start, though I can never put my finger on why. But he was a funny, intelligent guy, and for the sake of getting along, I made friends with him. He didn't have a lot of friends, and he seemed decent enough on the surface. David learned that I have BPD, and we bonded over that because he did too. I'll admit, it was nice to have somebody that understood, instead of feeling crazy all by myself. Things were alright for a while. David was kind of nasty to be around if he was in a bad mood, and he was often in a bad mood. Unfortunately, it didn't take long for David to confess that he had feelings for me, which were certainly unrequited, and I told him as much. He didn't take it well, but he didn't take it too badly. Things slowly returned more or less to normal over the next few weeks. Meanwhile, David became more unstable. In spite of medication and therapy, he was often unpredictable and frightening. He would fly into rages and punch holes in the wall, doors, and stuff, over small things. He talked frequently about wanting to hurt people, which I understood, but it worried me. He confided a lot in me. In the late spring, Joe and David's frat were having their yearly formal, and David invited me as his platonic date. I didn't really know what formal was, but it sounded like fun. I had just started partying, so yeah, let's do it. What David didn't tell me was that we had the only single cabin. Most cabins had 4 beds. Ours had 1, and it would obviously just be the 2 of us in our cabin, in 1 bed. This made me uncomfortable, but he insisted it was all platonic. We arrived. He bought food and booze, and we got to partying. At the time, I was working through my own issues, mostly by drinking a lot and pretending I was fine. Surprise, surprise. I got drunker than Cooter Brown that night. I acted like an idiot, as one does, and Joe decided it was time I went back to my cabin. David had done something to make me uncomfortable, so I hadn't seen him in maybe an hour or 2. Joe was pretty drunk too, so we stumbled back to my cabin, singing our hearts out very off-key. About the time we got back, I started to get in a very bad headspace, and I got upset. I tried to leave and said something to Joe that made him realize I was upset. He restrained me with the bear hug and calmed me down. It took a while, but it worked, and I felt like I was going to be alright. But as luck would have it, this is when David bursts into the cabin. He is angry and shouting. I get scared. I get upset again and try to leave. Joe is concerned about my mental space. David won't let me leave, and he's screaming cruel things in my face, but I try to step past him. It escalates quickly, and he starts getting rough, then downright violent. He picked me up and threw me repeatedly, like a sack of potatoes. I fought and tried to get outside, and he had multiple black belts and was generally much stronger than me. It was frightening. He got violent sometimes, but it was never directed at me. Now he just seems dangerous. It was more severe than just trying to restrain someone. Obviously, I don't remember all of this. Again, drunk, but I remember bits and pieces, and I also remember being very scared. It eventually stopped when I didn't have the energy to fight anymore and essentially just collapsed in a heap on the floor. The next day was the last day. Time for everyone to pack up and go home. I rode over with David, and the 3-hour drive home was long, quiet, and uncomfortable, both emotionally and physically. I was covered in bruises and sore. I avoided him after that, which he didn't like much. Maybe a week or two after formal, he sent me a string of jumbled angry texts. How could I behave that way, after all he did for me? Paying for the cabin, the booze, the trip, and my food. How dare I? He let it slip he still had feelings for me, and called me a lot of nasty names. He said I should also be thankful that he saved my life. I apologized, trying my best to ignore that he really thinks he saved my life, and offered to repay him, but he refused. Said it wasn't about the money. Late that night, he apologized very sincerely. I accepted his apology. He said he was in a bad place and needed someone to comfort him, that he needed a woman to hold him so he could be okay. I refused, obviously. He got mad, obviously. He countered by saying I wasn't special. He didn't want me to cuddle him, he just needed the body of a woman to comfort him. Very flattering. I told him no, and again tried my best to avoid him. We hung out occasionally, always with Joe around. We said hey to each other at parties and texted occasionally, but I continued to hold him at arm's length for the following weeks. By now, it was nearly the end of the semester. Everybody was making their summer plans, and I was looking forward to spending my summer on campus with friends. I get an ominous text from David. I was worried. I called and texted him, no response. I reached out to his longtime best friend, Kevin, who lived a state over begging for help. Kevin got into contact with David's parents, and we began the frantic search for David. In the end, everything was okay, but he was furious with me for not keeping my promise, which I never intended to do anyways. At this point, we talked less and less. We rarely saw one another. Life went on. I had a great summer and made a great guy. I started to forget about David and his temper and his occasional uncomfortable comments. He once told me he would spot me from behind when I walked around campus because I had a signature tail swish. Unfortunately, during my sophomore year, I found myself overwhelmed and dropped out of school. Shortly after, I moved several states away. After moving, David reached out. I didn't have any friends as I was hundreds of miles from home. I was lonely, and in spite of everything, it was good to have a familiar friend around that was just as lonely as I was. Things were okay for a while. In the time we hadn't been talking, David had driven away all his remaining friends, and his grades were slipping. I was essentially his only real friend, and he began to rely on me more and more. I would get snide texts for taking too long to reply, or calls where I would pick up and he would be screaming and crying. It was a lot to handle, but I felt like he needed me. The thought of abandoning him made me feel deeply guilty. On top of this, David began exploring his gender identity. He felt like he might be trans, and working through those feelings was difficult for him. He was not in a situation where he could be out of the closet, and that hurt him understandably. In the late fall, David asked me if I would go to the formal with him again in the spring. He said he understood if I didn't want to, but it was his senior year. It would mean a lot to him, and that things would be different. He would pay to fly me out and all of my other expenses. Periodically after we got back in contact, he would reiterate wanting a platonic relationship with me. I had a boyfriend and was never interested in David, so I agreed. Yes, please. A platonic relationship. I thought it over and realized it would be a nice opportunity to see friends back home and my family and hopefully have a good time, so I said yes. Months pass by and it's time for formal. I fly home. By this point, David has been exploring his gender more. He still used he/him pronouns, but was getting more comfortable with being feminine. I brought him some of my favorite makeup and perfumes as gifts and planned to do cute activities together, like braiding each other's hair, things that he had shown interest in. Not long after arriving, he told me that he thought of a name he liked. Daisy. It was similar to his given name and the name of his favorite actress. Well, that actress happens to bear a striking resemblance to me. David and many others hadn't told me so. This worried me a bit, but I figured it was close to his name, so I shouldn't think too hard about it. Bedtime comes. He offers his bed or the pull-out couch. I ask for the pull-out couch. He gets quite mad. He expected I would sleep in his bed, because once again, we have to share a bed in our cabin, so I might as well sleep with him tonight too. I politely insist on the pull-out couch. Preface about his hugs. He always hugged me too tight. It hurt. He was very strong, and it honestly felt like her rib might snap sometimes. I always asked him not to, and he would laugh at me and never respect my request. So with that said, I'm headed to bed. He surprise hugs me and throws us down onto the couch so that he's on top of me. I am not okay with this and try to wiggle out from under him, but his grip is too strong, and I get flustered and tongue-tied. I can feel something against my leg. He freaks out about this and apologizes profusely. I say it's okay and we go to bed. It was very awkward. I was stuck with him for the next few days at that point, so I just tried to pretend it never happened and keep the peace. The next day, David is uninterested in my gifts and the activities we had planned on, but he had some very nice women's tops that he bought for himself and wanted me to try them on. I grab the clothes and make my way towards the bathroom to change, but he stops me. He asks me to change in front of him. At this point, I'm flabbergasted and almost don't know what to say, but yet again I refuse and he gets upset. He says he wants to see my body and what kind of underwear I have on. He tells me that I have the perfect female body. I promise I absolutely don't, lol. And he wishes he had mine. At this point, I'm honestly getting scared. Like he wants to wear my skin or something, kind of scared. After a bit of back and forth, I compromise by turning away from him and taking off my shirt very quickly, putting on the blouses. He was still mad I turned away from him. At this point, I really regretted coming, but I felt guilty, and everything was already paid for, so I told myself to just stick it out. Frankly, I was an idiot, but I can't take it back. After that, David had to leave for an exam. He comes back in a rage, punches a hole in his wall, and goes straight to his room. His roommate and I are confused and alarmed and try to get him to open the door or come out, but he won't. He just stays in his room screaming. Eventually, he lets me in and he wants me to hold his hand, cuddle him, and comfort him. David quite literally begs me. I relent bit by bit. I hold his hand and then cuddle him a little bit. He's under a blanket and I'm on top of the blanket, but I am extremely uncomfortable and he can tell. This is when it comes out. The platonic relationship thing. I thought it was a fancy way of saying we're friends and I don't have romantic feelings for you anymore. What he actually meant was a romantic relationship. That is platonic, with no sex. I was horrified. He's upset. He throws off his blanket, revealing the fact that he's naked, and kicks me out of his room. At this point, I'm mad and extremely uncomfortable. He talked me into cuddling him when he was naked, and the platonic relationship thing. Terrible. David doesn't want to go to the formal anymore. I just kind of hang out. I didn't have a car and I didn't want to worry my family. I was really freaked out and not thinking clearly. About 8 p.m., David changes his mind and suddenly we're off to formal. At this point, I'm just determined to have whatever good time I can, so I go back to trying to keep the peace. I told myself I just need to make it through the weekend. In the back of my mind, I was worried if I tried to bail, David would cancel my flight home. On the drive to formal, we are chatting and things are okay. We are singing and laughing and talking. I make a comment about how I forget to eat sometimes, and I don't tell anyone because I don't want to worry them. And he slaps me. David freaking backhands me across the face. Hard. The kind of slap that makes your eyes water and your head spin. And I just go off on him. I don't remember what I said, but it was ugly. He cried. The rest of the drive is pretty quiet. When we reach our cabin, he tells me not to talk to him, goes right out to the back porch, and screams at the top of his lungs. Just screams and screams. Then he goes to bed and that's that. I find friends. We have a really lovely night. I tell folks about what a terrible time I've had so far, and of course they offer booze, and we party. I comfort the crying drunks. I shepherd the very, very drunk man trying to get in the tub away from a potential drowning hazard. Much fun is had and I eventually pass out on the couch. I wake up early and see a text from late last night. It's David and it says he's leaving. At this point I don't have a ride and my family lives 4 hours away. What the heck do I do? I text my mom and she hops in the car immediately to get me. I hang out, lament my hangover with everyone else, and explain why I'm leaving. And who shows up? Of course David. He drove home, changed his mind, and drove back. David asks me what I'm doing and I tell him I'm leaving. My mom is about 40 minutes away. Want to guess what happens? He is furious. It gets really awkward because everyone witnesses him raging. After a bit of shouting, he storms out and everyone sort of turns to me and says, "Ah, I see why you're leaving." My mom shows up not long after and whisks me away. I get an extra day or so with my family. While I'm in the airport and on the plane home, I compose a very long text and send it to David. In it, I explain why his behavior was unacceptable and why I'll be cutting ties with him. That was it. I blocked his number and I blocked him on social media. Since then, I have never heard from him, and no one has told me how he's doing. At first, I felt intensely guilty about it, but I felt I needed to do it for my own sake, and for his even. His feelings toward me seemed hugely unhealthy, and while I couldn't be there for him anymore, I really hope he's doing better. Sometimes I still worry how he's doing. But nevertheless, David, let's not meet again. This happened 20-some years ago, but it's still really vivid in my mind. I, 40 female, was working alone in a sort of seedy area in my hometown, at a 24-hour adult video/toy store. I, more often than not, ended up working the overnight shift, which wasn't usually too bad. Occasionally, we got drunk dudes from the bar next door, but mostly, the customers were pretty respectful. A guy came in after midnight. I was never sure of his age. He seemed like the sort of guy who was 50 but also possibly 25 or somewhere in between that. He had the same haircut as Johnny Depp in that awful Wonka movie, and he talked in this very weird falsetto Michael Jackson voice. It actually made my skin crawl. He asked me to call him a cab and I did. I nervously told him he could wait in front of the store for it and probably made up something about paying customers only inside the store, but he ignored me. Slowly making his way further into the store and making conversation. I just kept thinking this guy was definitely on something and he was definitely going to skin me and wear me like a people suit. He was standing right next to the phone on the counter, sort of leaning against it. I kept telling him his taxi would be there any minute and he ignored me, still asking me questions. I just remember him asking, "Do you have any pussycats?" No. Well, I was led to believe that you did have some in here. If I had a dildo to brandish as a weapon within reach or some spray lube to use as a makeshift pepper spray at that point, I would have used it. Thankfully, this dude who decided to rent porn after midnight came in. I immediately greeted him and said, "Oh, I need to talk to you about your special order." When he came over to the counter to ask what I meant, I just whispered, "Please stay," and sort of jerked my head towards the creepy guy who was just smiling at us. Thankfully, he went along with the ruse, and the creep went out to his taxi. The customer asked if I was okay, and I said I was, so he went to browse. No joke, I can still hear that dude's voice when I think about this. Back in December of 2012, I received a notice from the manager of the grocery outlet I worked at that we were getting a new member of our overnight crew, scheduled to be in the following night. The crew, who consisted of me and several others, all worked together for quite some time, and we all grew into good friends. So the next night, it's me and 2 others on schedule when the new guy comes in. I already knew his name to be Cole, so I immediately went up to introduce myself and all that stuff, before showing him around and telling him exactly what to expect on any given night. Surprisingly, he seemed to be a quick learner. Not that this stuff is complicated, but it can be a bit tricky at first, but never asked any questions or made comments. almost acting as if he either knew what he was being told or that he wasn't interested. Being the supervisor, I was pretty much the authority, but I never used it. Everybody was used to a loud atmosphere as we would play music and yell a lot. It helped keep us awake and somewhat energized. As I tried to break him in, if you will, Cole didn't seem interested, preferring to work alone and not take part in our antics. As time went on, his work began to falter. Soon, he began to slow down and disappear to the back of the store for a while to do whatever, then return an hour or so later, but I always figured he was being productive and left him alone. What did surprise me though was when Cole used a box cutter. He wouldn't cut off the tape, but instead he would stab the boxes and rip them open. I told him to be careful, but he merely gave me a shrug each time. One day the manager called me and asked me to talk about how Cole's been doing at night. I told him about how he became slower with work and seemed much less interested, seemingly doing the bare minimum to get by. He suggested that I should talk to him and I agreed. 3 nights later, it's just Brad and me on the schedule. After doing the usual stuff for a while, it was finally break time. We decided to walk over to the gas station and convenience store nearby and buy some stuff for our lunch break. As we got back, I noticed that the entrance door was left open. That's not good. Must have forgotten to close it. But Brad said that he did. That's odd. We head inside and continue working until lunch break. We were sitting in the break room eating and chatting when we both simultaneously heard something that sounded like one of the freights moving. It happened again shortly thereafter, so I got up to check it out while Brad stayed inside the break room. I got out to the sales floor and noticed that one of the freights had moved a few feet away from where I left it originally. Also, some merchandise had fallen off and was lying on the ground. I began to put the stuff back on the freight when I heard Brad yell my name. Completely used to yelling, I casually walked back towards the exit break room to meet up with Brad. He pointed towards the emergency exit and said that somebody had just walked out, but the alarm didn't go off. I jogged up to it and peered outside and saw nothing. At first I thought this was a joke. I laughed it off and told him to stop messing with me, but he insisted. I went out of the emergency door and walked around the store, but saw no one. I came back in through the front entrance and met up with Brad once again near the break room. What did scare me though was when Brad and I walked up to the emergency exit, Brad suddenly turned around and saw somebody walking. He nudged me and I had just turned around to barely see the person walk towards the freezer and around the corner, which was all the way to the opposite end of the back of the store. I ran to catch up with whoever it was, but didn't see anyone when I turned the corner. The freezer was locked, so whoever it was couldn't have gotten inside unless they had a key, but only I have the key. Brad came up to me and asked if I believed him now. I said I did. Who could be in the store and how did they get in though? I then thought of the left open entrance from earlier and the fact that the emergency exit door alarms were disabled. It must be somebody who either works here and or is aware of our movements and the alarm system. We headed back to the sales floor to investigate some more. Nothing was knocked off the shelves, nor was the freight moved this time. I walked up near the front entrance and peered out a window towards the parking lot but saw no one. But then as I turned towards the front entrance, I saw somebody walking from the parking lot to the back side of the store. This time I recognized the person. It was Cole. What the heck? He's not supposed to be working. I yelled out to Brad, who came up to me as I told him that Cole's outside and he's heading towards the back side of the store. He nods and runs off while I follow. We waited by the emergency exits for about 5 minutes, but Cole never entered. I yelled out to Brad to head to the sales floor while I stayed back there. I could hear him run off as I stayed by the emergency exit. Out of nowhere, I turned around suddenly and saw Cole standing about 20 feet from me with a box cutter in his hand. I watched on as he glared at me. How the heck did he end up behind me? I asked him what he was doing there and told him that this wasn't funny. He didn't seem to pick up on that though. Finally, when he did move, it was to position the box cutter in an upwards cutting position, like he was going to stab my chest or something. But he eventually lowered it down and spoke to me. Tell the manager I quit. Cole then turned, put the box cutter in his pocket, and walked towards the opposite end once again, towards the freezer and turned the corner, disappearing. I stood there in shock for about a minute when Brad came running back to me. He asked if I saw Cole and I told him I did, heading off toward the freezer now. Brad asked what we should do. I told him what happened, but we insisted we just let it go for now. I waited until the manager arrived a couple of hours later and told him that Cole had told me he had quit but didn't go into any detail. I decided not to tell the manager about what had happened, nor any other coworkers for that matter. I didn't want to escalate this any further than it already had. It wasn't until Brad said something that the police became involved, and I then learned after talking with the authorities that Cole has a mental health record, and I should have reported what happened and not kept it a secret, regardless of my reasoning. My mom recently decided to tell me this story. She had refused to tell me anything before, except that she had been stalked while she was pregnant with me. Asking her to explain always made her uncomfortable, so I stopped. We were eating lunch when out of nowhere she said, "I'll tell you now," and I knew immediately what she meant. So here it goes. She had been living in Blue Springs, Missouri, at the time and was about 28 weeks pregnant with me. My dad and she had not yet been married. He was in the Marines, so he wasn't around that much. She worked at an engineering company and she usually stayed in the office for lunch, leaving her alone. The area the office was located in had multiple buildings and was patrolled by a single police officer. He stopped by Mom's office more times than would be considered patrolling. He came in and said, "Hi," and chatted with her for a bit while she ate lunch. Then he left, leaving a letter behind. The letter was a bit creepy, but not on the lines of, "I should tell someone." It basically said things like, "Oh, you are very hot," or "I want to date you," and it was just kind of like a love note. My mom blew it off and decided to ignore it as a way of saying, "I'm not interested." A couple of weeks passed and his visits got more frequent and more creepy. He started to bring her lunch and small gifts, perfume and candy. She thought it was very creepy considering that she was now verbally telling him she was not interested. Then the second letter came. He walked in with 2 milkshakes. He set the vanilla one in front of her and kept the chocolate one. She set it beside her as he talked to her and didn't drink it. He then began trying to get her to drink it in almost a bizarre way. He gave up and left, leaving another letter with him. My mom thought this one was very bizarre. It said things like, "I want to rub your belly," and "I want to bang you before you push that baby out." And then my mom was truly concerned. A couple of days later, before my mom had the chance to confront him, there was another letter on the desk. She opened it and it was by far the most disturbing. The things it said were not only disgusting but insane. A few of the bizarre things it said were, "I will come into your office, lock the door behind me, and push you to the ground, and assault you, and I will cut that baby out of your stomach, and you don't want to know next." Things so graphic that my mom almost puked. And now my mom decided to get help. She called the police and they put him on a restraining order. She told them not to tell my dad, but they did. He came home as fast as he could and sat in her office for days on end with a loaded gun, waiting for him. When the court meeting was scheduled, they thought she would not show up, but she did. And he pleaded guilty and was put in jail for a year. I was born shortly after that and we moved to another area of Missouri. My mom is still shaken by these events. She hasn't heard of him since and she is glad. It's scary to think that such a sick person could be married with children today. Growing up as a child, I lived on a street full of young, excitable, and rowdy kids. We would all play out until the early evening during the summer holidays, and all of our parents knew each other and got along. I remember one day at school, 2 new boys, twins, started and were introduced as living nearby, actually on my street, and we were all encouraged to make them feel welcome. I remember being terrified of them immediately. They looked incredibly gaunt, with tired sunken eyes and cold, dull-looking skin, and neither could be told from the other. Throughout school, both boys were glued to each other, and often refrained from any interaction with other kids, despite some of our best efforts. They would just stare at the floor and avoid all human interaction, and eventually me and the rest of the gang forgot they existed. That was until one summer evening while playing out. They appeared in the street and stood in the middle of the road staring at the floor. Out of nowhere, one of them launched a rock at one of the gang. It hit him in the back of the head, leaving a bruise. One of the more confident boys approached them and asked what the deal was. They both looked up at the same time, said something to him and walked away. During this, I remember looking in the direction of their house and seeing a male figure leering out of the window. Upon seeing me looking, he swiftly drew the curtains closed. It was still broad daylight. Here I started to recognize that this family was weird AF. The boy from our gang never told us what the twins said, just asked us to quit asking. They never played. They just lingered in the street watching for all of us. They would glare and never interact. I remember seeing one of them kick a live cat across the street while the other chased it away when it finally landed. This went on for some years, and eventually some kids moved away, leaving just me and one other boy from the original gang. We were around 13 or 14 then and would venture further than our street to play out. One night, the other boy and I were playing football when the twins approached us and kicked the ball so hard, it flew miles into the woods we were near. The boy I was with began to complain, but before he could finish, one twin launched an uppercut to his face, lifting him off of his feet and rendering him unconscious. I froze and shortly after began to scream. The twins walked slowly past me and one pushed me hard to the floor. The other made a kicking motion towards my head, to which I ducked and they walked off, in sync of course. I rang for an ambulance and after being checked by paramedics, we were returned home to our aggravated and concerned parents. Later that evening, the twins' father appeared on our doorstep, hysterically accusing me and my friend of bullying and provoking the twins into the assault, threatening my parents that we would regret provoking them. We stopped playing out as we were both terrified of the twins. They were constantly in fights at school, but not scuffles, actual violent assaults causing many victims to need hospital treatment, until eventually they were suspended for good. They moved from our street and I hadn't heard of them for years. Fast forward about 10 years, an old school friend and I are catching up and they tell me how they found out the twins were beaten and neglected by their father growing up, forced to train in jiu-jitsu almost every day and lived a very regimented life. There were also claims of other kinds of abuse, but I'm not certain how much weight all of that holds. Part of me feels sorry for them, but the other part wonders what horrific crimes they will go on to commit in adult life. And then another part of me wonders if they would ever try to target me and the gang and come back for us in adult life, even though we did nothing wrong. I worked in a residential care facility and for a number of years worked with a woman named Kay. She was generally okay to work with, but she could be intense. The sort of joking flirtation that often finds its way into high-pressure environments was common throughout the whole team. But when she directed it at me, it didn't seem like a joke. It took me forever to realize that because I usually don't notice somebody flirting with me until someone else points it out 6 months later. But when she started trying to give me jewelry and chocolate, I finally got a clue. In between things being normal and actually maybe really not normal, there was long escalation of text messages, comments that made me feel weird, personal space violations, dropping me off by my house uninvited, hanging around on my shift hours after hers had finished, unwanted touching. As mentioned, I can be slow to catch on. Once I realized what was happening, I put as much distance between us as possible, stopped answering calls and texts, locked down social media, spoke to other colleagues, and had them running interference. A lot of interference, actually. At the time, it kind of became a joke, but looking back, it was all kinds of messed up. She even parked outside my house sometimes, and I would sit in the back room with the light off so she would think I wasn't home. Honestly, 2018 me is looking back at 2016 me, throwing popcorn and screaming, "Do something, you stupid cow." But hey, 2016 me was alarmingly chill. After a couple of months of my disappearing woman act, she seemed to get the hint and backed off. I was pleased. We all got on with our lives and lived happily ever after. A few months after it died down, I heard through the grapevine that Kay seemed to have focused her attentions on another coworker named Linda. Linda and I had a close mutual friend but didn't know each other very well. I didn't think much of it beyond good luck. A few months later again, and I get a call out of the blue from the mutual friend Linda, and I share. Without preamble, he asked, "Were you dating Kay?" No. I was shocked. He had been privy to all the awkward details of my experience with Kay and had helped run interference. He explained that he had been talking to Linda and said she asked about my relationship with Kay. The story that followed still sounds too fantastical to have actually happened in an actual sensible grown-up workplace. Kay had been catfishing her own best friend Amanda, posing as Linda. In a string of emails, Linda and Amanda had discussed Kay's drug problem, her abusive and dangerous ex. None other than yours truly. Linda coming out to her family after her brother caught her in bed with Kay, and more. The jig was up when Linda got a second job, coincidentally with Amanda's husband, who mentioned how great it is to finally meet Kay's girlfriend, which puzzled poor straight and single Linda. Some highlights of the stories Kay had been telling to Linda. Her friends and other coworkers I wasn't close to. She picked her audience very carefully. That Linda and I had physically fought at work over Kay. That 2 male coworkers, Kay and I had an orgy in the staff office on a night shift. That Kay and I had broken up after I cheated on her with another male coworker. Not one of the orgy ones. I was really getting around apparently. That I would drug her against her will. That we had planned to have children using a sperm donor, but that I'd had a miscarriage. This woman has been living a full-on soap opera and using her coworkers and friends as set pieces. Linda and I reported her to management and she was immediately suspended, pending investigation. She quit 2 days later. Unfortunately, HR decided they need to continue their investigation of the allegation that I had an orgy at work, because that was totally plausible and not at all made up by a crazy woman apparently. I left that job a month later myself, and when I interviewed for my current job, she had interviewed half an hour before me, and they were looking to hire 2 people. She didn't get the job, but there have been 2 other openings since, and she applied for both of them. I'm terrified of meeting her again. It turned out she has a history of inpatient psych treatment for delusional behavior and was known to be obsessive about people she took a liking to. According to someone, her current girlfriend, real, not real, me, who knows, has a similar first name to me and shares more than a few physical similarities. She still knows where I live. I still have some of the catfish emails if anyone wants to read the craziness for themselves. I'm a woman in my late 20s, and I grew up in Texas, a small town about an hour north of Houston called Montgomery. This happened a few years ago when I attended college at Sam Houston State, which is roughly an hour north of Montgomery in Huntsville, home of Texas Death Row. The most direct way to get from where I lived to campus was to take I-45, a highway that runs from Houston to Dallas. Normally driving to campus in the morning was uneventful. Alongside I-45 are a few rest stops for 18-wheelers, and occasionally there would be a few of those, but it was primarily just mild everyday traffic. One morning though, my first class was canceled and I was headed in later than usual. The highway was unusually empty at that time, before the lunch rush and after the morning rush. At one point nearing the Huntsville city line, there were only 2 cars within sight. My small Ford Mustang and a big gold pickup truck with antlers mounted across the top of the back window. We were each in a different lane and just motoring along. Suddenly this guy, who had been in the right-hand lane, swerves directly in front of me. Instinctively, I swerve into the right-hand lane, which probably would have been a really stupid move if I'd been thinking about the possibility of he's swerving to avoid something. I shrug it off, but note that the driver is wearing a big light-colored cowboy hat. I mean, that's not unusual, this is Texas. Then he swerves in front of me, and again, I swerve back to the left lane. I'm thinking this guy is either the world's biggest jerk or that he's on something and I should get out of there. But before I can act on this instinct, he swerves back to the left-hand lane, opens his driver's side window, and pours a styrofoam cup of a clear, sticky liquid out of it that splashes all over my windshield and then slams on its brakes. I should also say that I was pretty much unable to see anything other than his brake lights at this point, because the liquid totally obscured my view. I slam on my brakes, hit my wipers, swerve into the right-hand lane, and floor it until my exit. At this point I'm nearing campus, and I'm thinking I'll be okay, that it was probably just some jerk trying to get insurance money from a crash. I parked at the parking garage at the very back of campus and specifically took alternate routes to get there from the streets I normally take. I parked and then realized I had the parking pass with my school logo on my front windshield. He could have made a guess as to where I was going. I collected myself, shook it off, and got out of the car and exited the garage. I probably walked to the common area faster than I normally would have, but once I was around people, I felt like everything was okay. I walked to the history building, which is at the opposite side of campus and directly next to a street. Across the street were, maybe still are, parking spaces for students. It was a rather crowded campus that day, and the history building has brick columns in front. But as I'm approaching, I see a gold truck creep by unusually slow on that street. I duck behind a column, and sure enough, there are the antlers across the back window, and the driver is wearing a cowboy hat. I wait for it to pass and duck into the building, and a friend of mine notices that I seem rattled. I explain the story to him, and he pokes his head out front and says nothing's there, but he can tell I'm a mess. After class, he walked me back to my car and I drove home, a bit rattled but with no significant issues. I wish I'd had the presence of mind to get a license plate number or even make of the truck, but the entire incident on the road took less than 3 minutes from the first swerve to my flooring it, judging by the length of the song I had playing at the time. I've never seen the truck again, but I've also never been back since I graduated. Back in the early 2000s, one Friday night I was out with a group of buddies. We were all in high school and everyone in this story grew up in a conservative Christian household, so there was no alcohol or drugs consumed that could potentially affect my memory of this evening or how the night played out. My friends and I were all meeting up at Jeremy's house to watch a movie that we checked out at Blockbuster. My buddy and I were in one car and arrived a few minutes ahead of the other two friends, which included Jeremy. Instead of going inside the house and waiting for the other two, my friends and I decided to park the car in the cul-de-sac and wait until Jeremy and the other friend arrived. We were talking and listening to music to pass the time, and I remember thinking this beat, having awkward conversations with Jeremy's parents inside. A few minutes later, Jeremy and our other friend showed up. Instead of getting out of the car to go inside Jeremy's house, the two of them just hopped in the back of the parked car that my friend and I were in. For the next couple of minutes, we were joking about how weird we were being and how it probably looked sketchy. But after a little while, we were just talking and laughing. It was a good time, and it was nice that we didn't have to keep the noise down or worry about Jeremy's parents eavesdropping on our conversations, which probably just consisted of the girls we liked and random stuff like sports or movies. After probably 90 minutes, definitely past midnight, a white van drove up slowly and parked in the driveway of Jeremy's neighbor. We were chatting about other stuff, but all four of us were watching the van intently. The guy sat in his van for a while, maybe 5 or 10 minutes. From our vantage point, we couldn't see the driver clearly, but we didn't want to leave our car and risk having him spot us. Also, there was an unspoken feeling that we all had that we needed to see who this guy was and what he was up to. After a little while, the guy emerged from the van. He appeared to be alone, and he was wearing dark clothing. He was a clean-shaven white dude in his 30s or 40s and had a full head of dark hair. If I saw him in the street or at a gas station, he wouldn't have stood out in any way. Jeremy said that he had never seen the guy before and that he definitely didn't live in the house. The stranger just stood next to his van in the driveway, looking squarely in our direction. We were all ducking down in the car, so he couldn't see us clearly, but we had to stay high enough in our seats to be able to watch him. I honestly never felt like we were in immediate danger because there were 4 of us and we were all over 6 feet tall. And we were at a pretty safe distance if he did try something. But in hindsight, if the guy had a gun, we would be in deep trouble. After a few moments, the guy turned around and walked around the front of his van, out of our sight. We then caught a glimpse of him walking in the darkness of the driveway and then to the front porch of the house. He never looked back in our direction and he didn't appear to be in a rush. He just walked up the front porch steps calmly to the front door, and he just stood there. He never knocked or rang the doorbell. He was still as a statue, every now and again tiptoeing some as if to peer into the glass at the top of the front door to see inside. His hands appeared to be empty, so he had no weapons or tools from what we could see. Now, I would describe the vibe in our car as pivoting from fun creepy when the guy was waiting in the van to, are you going to have to fight this guy or call the police? It was honestly frightening because I didn't know what was going to happen next or how we would all respond. It was all in this guy's hands. The guy stood at the front door for a while. In my mind's eye, it was 20 minutes. It could easily have been shorter than that in real life, but it was definitely an absurd amount of time to be waiting on a stranger's porch. We were debating on if we should honk the horn and blow our cover just to let the guy know he's being watched, or if we should just call the police to say there was a creepy man standing outside someone's house after midnight. In hindsight, we should have called Jeremy's parents to let them know and or call the cops. But we didn't do any of that. Instead, we watched and waited, all of us just flabbergasted by what he was doing. Finally, the guy walked calmly back off the porch and into his van. He started it right up and began to back out of the driveway. In our infinite wisdom, we decided to follow the guy in our car with the high beams off. It was a unanimous decision. We all felt like we needed to make sure this guy actually left the neighborhood. The man was driving super slowly, and all hope of being stealth went quickly out the window as we were clearly following him. We were the only 2 cars on the road as it was pushing 1 a.m. at this point. The van started to pick up speed as it approached the neighborhood exit. My friend picked up the pace to match. The van accelerated even more and hit the open road as it exited the neighborhood. We stopped the car at the exit and waited to ensure he didn't hit a U-turn and drive right back. I remember being relieved that we weren't following the guy for any longer, because that would up the ante even more. After a few minutes, we turned the car around and headed back to Jeremy's house. We all had a rush of adrenaline and were talking about how crazy it all was. We got back to the cul-de-sac and parked the car in the same spot. We emerged from the car and began to walk towards Jeremy's house. Looking back at the car, I pointed out to the guys how we were parked directly below the street lamp, so the car was clearly illuminated. We couldn't have been more visible if we tried. The whole stakeout, we thought we were being incognito, but the guy could probably see all 4 of us the entire time. Because we were jazzed up and much younger, we didn't sleep well that night. Every 15 to 30 minutes, we would peek outside the window that faced the neighbor's house to make sure the van didn't return. To our knowledge, it never came back, or if it did, the guy risked being there at sunrise because we were up until at least 4 a.m. All night, we were asking Jeremy questions, and once again, he said that he had never seen the man or the van before, and he said there was 0 chance he lives there. We asked if he could be a relative or something, and Jeremy said no. Writing this now, I'm very grateful that the neighbor's family wasn't attacked, and that the guy didn't escalate things with us watching and following him. It was a creepy encounter, but nobody got hurt. I do feel regret about not calling the cops with the guy's description and license plate number, which one of us wrote down pretty early on in the encounter. It would have been smart to have the cops get something on file on the guy. In addition to the night's oddities, what strikes me now is how random it was for us to be sitting outside in a parked car, and for that long. My friends and I had never hung out in one of our cars like that before, and we never did afterward either. It was a one-time thing, and we just so happened to be staying at Jeremy's, which I think I've slept over maybe 4 or 5 times over the entire course of high school. Even though it was a scary evening, I'm glad we were there and that the guy could see us. It's scary to think what would have happened if we weren't there to bear witness. I recently ran into an old coworker from our time. We worked at the sandwich shop and the truck stop. We chatted for a while before he had to leave, but I started thinking about my stint at that place, specifically the creepy sandwich guy. In college, I worked some overnights at the truck stop. It was a pretty safe place in a smaller town, and there had only been 3 incidents in the 4 years the place had been open before I got hired in. One trucker got robbed, one group of ladies arrested for servicing the truckers, and one overdose, I believe. I was never really worried, even though my coworker seemed a little bit concerned that I was a young girl working overnights at a truck stop, when there was only one other employee in the whole place. Usually it was really slow. Most of the time I'd get 3 or 4 truckers to come in within the first hour. A couple people came in with the munchies and ordered 3 dozen cookies one time, but usually it was maybe 1 or 2 people an hour, if that. So I'd spend about 3 hours cleaning ovens, finishing dishes, deep cleaning the lobby, and that kind of thing. And then I'd get to spend whatever time between customers doing homework. The overnight boss on the other side, the gas station side, was cool as long as everything was cleaned and tempered regularly. A few weeks before I inevitably left this place, a guy came in about 20 minutes before my shift was over. So it's about 5 a.m. by this point. My coworker had arrived early so he could fill out some paperwork that he had to get done. So he was sitting in the back office already. I started making this customer sandwich, making chit-chat like usual. Nothing seemed out of the ordinary. He told me he was driving from New York to Wisconsin and asked me a little bit about how my night had been. Nothing crazy. I wrapped up his sub, rang it up, and threw in a small discount for him since he seemed nice and I was just happy I was getting ready to go home for a few hours of sleep before I headed to campus. When I went to take his change, things went wrong. He dropped the coins in my hand, but suddenly he had his grip tight around my wrist. Next thing I knew, I was on the other side of the counter on the floor. He had yanked me across the counter and still had a tight grip on my wrist. I'm thankful that my coworker was there. The manager on the other side had slipped into the bathroom, so to this guy's knowledge, I was the only one there at that moment. But my coworker, while filling out his papers, was looking at the cameras and had seen everything. He was out of the back just seconds after I hit the ground, and before I really knew what was going on, he had chased the guy outside. He didn't pursue him far, afraid that somebody else was nearby who would come after him, so he ran back inside, locked the door to our side of the store, and shouted for the manager to call the police. The cops came. They searched the area and watched the security videos, but nothing ever came from it. The guy disappeared and I never heard anything about him. I put in my 2 weeks notice the following day after my nerves had calmed down. I was switched around, so I worked during the day around my classes for my last few days. And they made it a policy that 2 people were to be working both sides of the truck stop on overnights from that point on. I still live about a half an hour from there, and honestly, I haven't gone back since my last day, just because that memory is still in my mind almost 8 years later. I've been reading the newest stories on here, and one in particular brought back a memory of what happened to me in 2005, so I thought I would share it. I was 19 or 20, between my first and second year at uni, and found a summer job at a local video rental store. I missed those. It was open 8 a.m. to 1 a.m., so whoever was working the afternoon shift had to close up. It was located in a calm downtown area only a couple of blocks away from the city center. And whenever I had to close, I always took a taxi home, so I never had a reason to worry about my safety. After the first month, I had already learned who the regulars were, and because I was friendly and chatty, I started feeling in my element soon enough. I knew who the good clients were and who were the ones who always tended to be late to return DVDs and try to evade the fine. There was, however, one client in particular who always gave me the creeps from the very first time I saw him. He was young, maybe in his early 30s, with dirty blonde hair and blue eyes, and whenever he came to rent or return, he always was kind of hostile towards me, even in mundane exchanges. The sulky and rather sarcastic way he spoke to me gave me that vibe. I didn't take it personally, but let's just say he wasn't my favorite customer. So imagine my surprise when one day I come to work and my colleague tells me that one of our clients had asked about me when I start work. She was teasing me that he must like me, and I couldn't really think of who the said client was because she didn't remember his name. When he came to ask about me, he didn't rent or return a DVD, so she couldn't access his account. So she leaves and I start my shift, and it was really busy that day, so I quickly forgot all about it. But then in the evening, when I was less busy, around 8 p.m., guess who enters the store? The Grump. At this point, I still haven't made the connection in my mind, and I groaned inwardly thinking, ugh, why always on my shifts? Then, instead of going through the aisles to pick a movie, he heads straight for the counter where I am and starts asking me questions like what my name is, where and what I study, if I have a boyfriend, and I am trying to be casual and polite, even though he is once again talking to me with that hostile vibe, which didn't really make any sense to me. Then he starts going away, mid-sentence, but suddenly turns back to me and declares that he will come pick me up tonight after my shift is over, and will walk me home. I stand there completely puzzled and weirded out. Then I try to politely dismiss that offer by saying that I normally call a taxi, so no need. But he doesn't even hear me. He stubbornly says, "Tonight I will walk you home. I will be there by the time you close." Now after he left, I felt relieved and tried to laugh it off and think nothing much of it. However, the later it got, the more creeped out I started to feel. I was wondering, what if he really comes? What would I do then? I have decided to risk closing off earlier, so at 11:30 p.m., I have gradually started the processes of finishing the shift when suddenly I see a few guys passing by the store on the street, and I recognize an ex-classmate of mine. I quickly run outside and shout his name. He comes back. We greet each other with a hug. We used to be friends in high school, and I tell him all about the creep and that I was scared. My friend Theo says he is going with his friends for drinks, but he will make sure to return around closing time and see me home. I exhale in relief because I no longer have to close early, something that made me anxious to do as I hated breaking the rules, even though it was unlikely I would have been caught. And I get back inside, arranging DVDs in a much calmer state of mind. Around 12:30 a.m., I started washing the floor and thinking I might have overreacted by getting so worked up about this whole situation, and that maybe the guy was a harmless grump who wouldn't act on what he said. Then I hear the doorbell tingle, indicating somebody has entered the store. I go to the counter and stop in my tracks because I see him, the guy, slowly approaching me with a determined stare. I start shaking all over and look outside, but the streets are empty. So I try to remain calm and not give any nervousness away in case I trigger him somehow. I continue finishing my shift when he asks me if I am ready, and I once again repeat that I don't need to be walked home because I have other plans anyways. This seems to annoy him and he asks what kind of plans, since I didn't mention anything before, and my facade slips a little bit when I adamantly explain that it is not any of his business, but I made those plans after he last came, so I ask him if he doesn't intend to rent, to please leave as I have to finish up and close. He doesn't even budge. He just stubbornly stands there and says, "You have no plans. I will walk you home when you finish." Now at this point my treacherous chin starts to tremble a bit because I am on the verge of tears. I feel angry, frustrated, and scared. I'm looking at the clock every few seconds and contemplating my options, in case Theo forgets about me and doesn't fulfill his promise to return. It was 12:58 and I was still stalling, seriously wondering if the situation warranted a call to the police. I was pretty anxious to call them, first because I didn't want to trigger the guy, but also I was afraid to be scolded for bothering the police with insignificant things. Then I hear the doorbell ding again, and we both turn to see Theo walk inside. I have never been more glad and relieved to see him, so I put down what I am holding and run to him. He slides a protective arm around my shoulders and asks if I am ready, and then looks at the creepy guy in that nonverbal, defiant male way of saying, "You got a problem, bro?" Now this would be a good time to mention that Theo was a tall, bulky guy who did sports, so he was not someone you want to mess with. In comparison, the other guy was rather slim. The creep looks at us for a few seconds as if weighing in his options, but then resigns and leaves. But before he goes out the door, he turns to me with a vicious glare and says, "This isn't over." Theo started for the door and the guy quickly left. Theo walked me home and warned me to speak to my manager and colleagues to warn them about him. The next day I told them everything, and I had to start taking only morning shifts for a while. A few weeks later, one of my colleagues said that the creepster appeared and asked about me again. Mind you, he asked when I would be working the evening shift again. They told him I only do morning shifts, so he seemed disappointed. He then started ranting and said that I led him on and then rejected him. And my colleague told him that she actually knows what happened, so it would be best if he left me alone, unless he wanted trouble with the police. That seemed to work because since then, he never returned to the video store, at least not while I was working there. I don't know what his intentions were, but man, am I glad for Theo being in the right place at the right time, as who knows what would have happened if he hadn't been. So this happened around Christmas time a few years ago. I had taken my 5-year-old niece to the mall to get her picture taken with Santa. While we were standing in line, I noticed a little old man and lady sitting on a bench, watching the kids waiting to see Santa. The old man came up to us and told my niece that she looked very cute. Told him thank you, and he went back to sit on the bench with his wife. We got the picture taken, and we had been waiting a while for the picture to be printed. I asked the photographer why our picture hasn't been printed yet. He told me that my mother had already gotten the picture and pointed at the little old lady who had been watching us in line before. I went after the old man and presumably his wife and told them to give me the picture back. The old man seemed embarrassed and told me that his wife grabbed our picture by accident and she had meant to take their granddaughters. He apologized, but I had a weird gut feeling that something was off about them. Next, I took my niece to the merry-go-round and like magic, the old people were there too, still without any kids. The lady waved at my niece and smiled a big, toothless smile at us. At this point, I decided it was best if we left the mall. I took my niece to get lunch at her favorite restaurant, that is almost all the way across town from the mall. I felt much more relaxed as we had lunch, completely forgetting about these weird old people from before. As we were driving home, my niece spotted a playground that is close to a different, much smaller mall. She begged me to stop at that playground. There was a young man there with a little boy on the swing, so we weren't alone. Another car pulled into the parking lot shortly after we got there. We played for a little while and I noticed that no one had gotten out of the car. I looked at the driver's side of the car and sure enough, it was the same old people. They had followed us from the mall to the restaurant and then to this playground. The man was staring straight at me and my niece, like he was hunting us. I noticed that he had his arm down and was moving it up and down, and it clicked, he was masturbating in his car. I didn't want to scare my niece, so I subtly alerted the young man who was also at the park. I got my niece into the car quickly and drove into the mall's parking lot and called the cops and mall security. I didn't want to stick around long enough for my niece to see this man getting arrested, so I gave the cops my number and left for my dad's work, where I figured we would be safe in case the old people followed us again. The cops called me back a few hours later and told me that by the time they had gotten there, the couple was gone, but they were looking for the description of the car I gave them. It makes me physically sick every time I think about the fact that these old people are out and about and seem totally harmless when they are perverted sex offenders or, even worse, kidnappers. I love staying up late. Watching TV until 3 a.m. is my bread and butter, Suffice to say, this is a usual thing for me when I'm home alone. With my dad going away for work every 2 weeks and coming home for one, it was very easy for me to get away with it while I was still in school. And for context, I lived just with my dad as my mom passed away from cancer when I was only 12. But I wasn't completely alone though. I had a tuxedo cat with the most fitting moniker Tuxedo. I have had him since I turned 16, and he's kept me company during the many long Canadian winter nights when I was by myself. His two favorite places to sit were the small red couch on the right side of the TV and the small table that was placed in front of the large living room window. I also occupied the big red couch right in front of the television. One more important thing to say is that my dad always insisted I close the curtains in the large living room window when it became nighttime. To him, he thought it was dangerous to let people see into the house and could tempt them to break in. But in my mind, I always figured nobody would be that dumb to break into a house with lights on, instead of a house with no lights at all. So I usually just left them open the entire 2 weeks he was away because laziness, I guess. So on this particular night, I was watching a documentary. I think it was about some couple being held hostage somewhere in Australia. These certain documentaries would be on very late, which wasn't a problem for 18-year-old me in the slightest. Tuxedo obviously felt differently, as he had chosen to gaze outside the living room window instead. As it had just entered commercial break, Tuxedo started giving soft cries as his eyes were staring in the direction of the front door, which was on the left side of the window. He usually does this if he sees someone outside at the door, which is more commonly done during the day than the night for obvious reasons. It was actually very out of the ordinary for Tuxedo to do this so late. At first, I assumed it might have been an outdoor cat or wild rabbit by the door, but I could tell Tuxedo's wail was especially worrisome, so I decided to check it out for myself. Here's the layout of my front door entrance. Tuxedo and I were on the top floor, but the entrance was at a lower level that was between the top floor and the basement. There was a small staircase that went down from the top floor towards the front door, and a second small staircase that went further down away from the door to the basement. Hopefully that was a good explanation of it. So I'm standing at the top of the staircase, about to go down and open the door to see for myself, when I see a large shadowy figure in the frosted glass on my front door. I nearly collapsed to the ground when I saw this. It was definitely not my dad, and at 11 p.m. at night, it was certainly not something I expected to see. I could tell whoever this was had something in the door and was trying to pry it open. At that moment, something came over me that I can't explain. It might have been the fact that I knew I had no one in the house to help me, or the fact that I felt an urgency to protect Tuxedo from this intruder. But I grabbed my cell phone off the arm of the couch and threw on the lights over the front door. The shadowy figure was now fully visible and clearly startled as our eyes met through the frosted glass. His face displayed in a jagged reflection. "Leave now. I'm calling the police. Leave." I didn't even get to finish before he was dashing off my yard and into a car across the street. Before I could even tell the make and model, let alone a license plate, he was gone. All that remained was a crude crowbar on the front step. Now, it's up for debate what that man was at my house for. I certainly didn't recognize him in the few seconds I looked at him. While this definitely shattered my imagined immunity from danger if the lights were still on, part of me wonders if he might still have attacked if I hadn't been awake that night. One thing is for sure though, Tuxedo saved my life that night. I don't even want to imagine what might have happened if Tuxedo weren't looking out the window that night. This is my first time posting on here and I'm writing this on my phone, so please bear with me. Some info before I start. I'm from Texas, so I don't have many shoes with treads on them. The ones I had gotten too worn and eventually tore. And I need to buy some new ones soon. Also, I'm a chubby 5'4" girl and this was 8 o'clock at night. This also happened on a very popular and busy street. I live in Chicago for school and I needed to get some things before the polar vortex. The school I go to is near State Street, and I decided to go to Walgreens that was near the Chicago Theater. I had to stop by Target and then at that Walgreens. As I purchased everything and made sure I had packed in everything, I headed out to the doors. As I walked toward the exit, I noticed a tall man was headed in the same direction at the same time, so I decided to let him go first. But he just stood there staring at me. He didn't make any gestures, but I still thought, maybe he just wants to be nice and be a gentleman. So I went head first and he followed. I noticed that it had started slushing and knew I was going to start sliding everywhere because the boots I had on had very thin treading on them. So I had to slow down on my walking or I would fall on my butt. I start walking and it's at this point that I notice him walking the same pace as me. I thought I was in his way, but I also thought that the sidewalk was extremely big and he could easily walk around me. I still stepped to the side to see if he would go around or something, but his shadow followed right behind me. I tried walking a little faster, but I could already feel myself slipping and losing balance. He ended up walking a little faster to catch up to me, and soon he was right next to me matching my walking pace. I asked if he needed anything, but he didn't say anything. When I was in front of the theater, he ended up going in front of me and just stopped me in my tracks. I tried to go to the left of him, but he steps in front to cut me off my path. Tried the right and did the same thing. I paced a little bit faster and he ended up just circling around me. He ends up blocking my path again and gets a cigarette and just gets right up in my face and tried to light it but couldn't because of the slush and wind. I took that chance to slide away from him, but he keeps trying to cut in front of me while lighting the cigarette. I made it to the stop to go downstairs, but because he was super tall, he used his massive body to block the stairs in front of me. He was staring me down and I wasn't sure what to do at that point. To my luck though, an older woman was passing through, and he let her through. I dashed through the small opening he made for her and asked if I could stick with her because of my situation. She was very understanding and said of course. I wanted to tell the personnel, but of course there was nobody in the booth. We took out our cards at the same time and went through the turnstiles at the same time as well. He saw that I partnered up with her and tried to dash to us, but he ran out of money or something because he didn't go through till a few minutes later. My new friend and I started to make small talk to calm me down a little bit and ask what train I was going on and what my stop was. To our surprise, we were headed the same direction with the same exact stop. He followed us down and was still smoking a cigarette, but that's when the personnel noticed and was walking towards him. He turned around so that he could smoke his cigarette fast, which meant that he looked away from us. At that point, my train arrived and we both got on. He saw us and tried to get on, but missed it by a few seconds. We both thought that was a close call. We continued to talk even after we got off at our stop, and to our surprise, she basically dropped me off at home because she lived a block further up ahead of me. I submitted this a year ago to Ask Reddit long before I knew this subreddit existed. It was just one of those experiences you never forget. I was working at a Holiday Inn in Omaha, Nebraska, back in my college days. Normally, I am a bellman, but sometimes I work the desk. One day, an odd-looking guy comes up to the front desk. He's wearing clothes straight out of the 1970s, like a super creepy version of Dan from The Good Guys. Aviators, greasy hair with a massively receding hairline and a mustache. He has a cane and walks with a pretty severe limp. He asks me where he can get paramedic patches. He says he was called into town on a special assignment to help out with the paramedic duties, but they made him provide his own patches. This all seemed pretty damn odd to me, so I told him I didn't know where he could buy them and he eventually left. Later, I got a call to a room to check out the hot water. There was a report that the hot water wasn't working. It was coming out cold. I went to the room, knocked on the door, and an old lady in a nightgown answered. I introduced myself, but she didn't respond. She just stood there motionless. Her mouth was agape the whole time, the way you'd imagine a lobotomized person to look. I saw a motionless pair of legs lying on the bed, but I didn't look around the corner to check it out. I went into the bathroom, turned on the water, and it was instantly extremely hot. The old lady never said a word, and I told her that the water was working just fine. and I quickly left the room. Later, the creepy man from before arrives back up at the desk, complaining that he called about the hot water not working in his room. Naturally, I connected the dots and oh man, not this mindset kicks in. I followed him back to his room at an extremely slow pace. He was very dependent on his cane. When we got to the room, the old lady was standing there, still agape in her nightgown, not saying a word. This time, I could see that the pair of legs on the bed was attached to an old man, now sitting. The old man sat there motionless, also agape and not saying a word, just looking at me. I explained to the creepy man that I'd already been there and that the hot water was working just fine. The weird part was that he didn't care at all about the water. He got out a duffel bag. From the duffel bag, he pulled the stuffed Bugs Bunny doll. He held it out at arm's length and offered it to me. I reached out for it, not knowing why, and he pulled it back in a mine, don't touch it kind of way. He held it out to me again as if he were offering it to me. I reluctantly reached out to grab it, and once again he pulled it back. The old man and woman kept staring at us, not saying a word, but smiling with their mouths open and making laughing sounds. That's the best way I can describe it. The entire time this is all happening. He then took a Donald Duck doll out of his bag. He held it out for me. I didn't reach for it, but he kept holding it out. So I finally did. He immediately pulled it away with the same, "You can't have that" reaction. I backed out of the door, told him to have a good stay, and never saw them again. My husband began working overnights a few months ago, so this means my dog and I usually watch TV and sleep the night away before he gets home. Sometimes I'll just draw all night while the dog sleeps at my feet, and when the weather is decent, I'll take her out for a jog or I'll take her to my friend's house so we don't die of boredom. One night while drawing some fan art for my favorite band, I decided to put my drawing pad down and go for a walk to get a soda for myself and maybe a pack of peanut butter crackers for the dog. I got the dog ready and made sure my cat wasn't hiding by the door so she wouldn't dart outside, and we left soon after I located the cat snoozing on her couch. I remember this happening around late summer because our town likes to prepare for Halloween 2 months in advance. Pumpkins started to appear everywhere, and my dog liked to try and stop to steal tiny pumpkins from cute displays that local mom and pop stores put up. I can't count how many times I would have to apologize for my dog's rude behavior, but that's not what this story is about. Sorry, I think I'm rambling and remembering the funny things my dog does. While jogging carelessly and dragging my 70-pound pit bull mix away from her beloved tiny pumpkin displays, a man across the street started yelling something I couldn't make out. At the time, of course, I turned around and asked him what he had said. We had a short and uneasy conversation that went something like this. "Man, yeah, what are you doing out here? It's kind of late." Me, "Just taking the dog out for a walk." "Why?" It was 9:30 p.m. "Man, isn't the old man supposed to do that?" Me, wondering if I even know this jerk. Well, he'll be back from work when I get home." Man, "Oh really? Does he always let you take the dog out this late?" After the man said that, he started moving across the street quickly and wouldn't break eye contact with me. I started backing away like I was ready to run, but my 70-pound blue pit bull mix started growling and snarling. Somehow my dog knew something wasn't right at all. The man snapped out of his BS and looked down to see my dog flashing her pearly white teeth. My dog lowered her head and stared at this idiot in his eyes. The man tried to laugh it off and took one more step forward. This sent my dog into a freaking rage. My dog lunged and barked like she was going to rip his head off. I'm so thankful I had a grip on her leash, otherwise this man may have been doggy kibble. The man finally got the hint and turned back. He said something else that I couldn't make out as he left. I don't want to know what he could have done, but I was happy to have my dog with me that night. I just wanted to add that my dog has always been a very friendly dog, and she has never tried to attack anyone before or after this incident. Again, I'm just so glad that she was there to save my butt from some idiot that night. So let's start with I'm a 20-year-old female, and 4 years ago I was a high school junior working at a Chick-fil-A, and I was also ridiculously stupid and naive. So about 4 years ago I started my very first job at a Chick-fil-A, and for some reason my first and last name were on my name tag. Anyways, I apparently took this guy's order, Scott, and he memorized my name and looked me up on Facebook. I very stupidly added him because it said he went to my high school at the time. Well, he messages me and I quickly find out that he has not only graduated high school, but also has graduated from college. Now, at the time, I was like, oh, this isn't that weird. But now that I'm actually in college, I find it very strange that a 22-year-old was hitting on a 16-year-old. Anyways, we're talking and he tries to take me out on a date to an orchestra concert that's over an hour away from my house. I was at least smart enough to reject this idea. For the next couple of weeks, he kept messaging me and I kept messaging back for a while. He started asking so many personal questions about my age, sexuality, and other stuff. But usually our conversations were very platonic. But he still always commented on my looks and how attractive he found me. I slowly stopped talking to him and didn't give him another thought. Then my graduation rolls around and he messages me again, trying to get me to go out on a date with him, but he refuses to tell me where, so obviously I refuse. So then I had completely forgotten about him until recently. I currently work in a resource lounge for students in a student center for my college. One day I was working and an older guy with gray hair comes up and says he needed some help. I help him and ask him to put it into the computer system, and he tells me it's Scott. My mind started racing, wondering if it was really him. And sure enough, Scott decided to go back to get another bachelor's degree at my college. That's not completely weird, but I found it odd that he chose my college, and he chose to go to the resource center where I work during the hours I work. What a big coincidence. So I'm still not convinced that this was weird yet. Well, being a college student, I also work at a retail store on the weekends, and I'm pretty much guaranteed to work every Sunday. One Sunday he comes in and just walks around and doesn't buy anything, then makes eye contact with me before walking out. Next Sunday he comes in and just walks around and doesn't buy anything, looks at me, then walks out. Now after a few more times of this, I unfriend him on Facebook and just hope everything is just a giant coincidence. But he quickly realizes that I unfriended him and tries to friend me again. Then again 2 days later. I finally blocked him, but I think this guy had really bad intentions. So Scott, I can't wait for the day when we can stop meeting. I grew up in a town in a relatively rural part of England. Once upon a time, the whole area had been ancient woodland, but by the time I grew up there, urban sprawl meant that only a few small pockets of woodland remained, entirely surrounded by housing estates. I hated walking through those woods. The quickest way to get anywhere from the street I grew up on was to take a footpath that ran from one end of the street around the back of the houses and then through maybe a quarter-mile wide patch of woodland before you reached the heart of the town. It only took a few minutes if you took the most direct path through, but my heart would be racing the whole time. I had to walk through there to get to school or to the shops when my mom sent me to get groceries. And knowing that, my older brothers would tell me that the woods were haunted by the people who were executed there, and when I was a teenager, I became scared of the woods for a different reason. During the winter months, when it was already dark when I walked home from school, older kids would sometimes lurk amongst the trees to scare the heck out of smaller kids and demand what little money they had, or sometimes even their mobile phones. But I'm an adult now, so when I visited my mom in my hometown last winter, the woods no longer held any fear for me. It had snowed properly for the first time in a few years, and my mom, in typical mom fashion, immediately informed her elderly neighbor that her daughter was visiting and would happily take her dog for a walk so that she didn't have to risk the icy pavements. The morning after I arrived back there, I found myself walking down that footpath into the woods with a fat gray around the muzzle old Labrador in tow. It doesn't often snow in the city I live in now, so I decided to take a recent purchase. a good DSLR camera out with me to photograph this scenery. The fat old dog and I wandered around the woods for 20 minutes or so, the dog hobbling a bit in the snow and occasionally making a half-hearted attempt to chase wood pigeons while I snapped photographs of snow-laden branches and the stark black and white landscape. It was quite early on a Sunday morning, so nobody else was around and there were only few other footprints in the snow. I was quite enjoying the walk, but I had started to get cold, and I didn't want to exhaust the neighbor's dog too much, so I was just about to head back when I heard something moving quickly through the woods towards us. Somebody was heading rapidly down the main path. The dog and I were currently out of view on a side path, but only for a few more seconds. I don't really know why it occurred to me to hide, but I did without really thinking about it. I hesitated for a moment and then, my mind full of memories of being accosted by hooded teenagers and robbed of my very first brick-like phone, I stepped off the path and hid among the bushes and trees. The lens of my camera at the time was worth about the same as a month's rent, and I guess I was worried that some opportunistic robber would see it and decide that I was an easy target. The dog hesitated for a moment as I tugged at his lead, but followed me into the bushes just in time. I crouched down with a hand on his head, willing him to be still and quiet, as a person came into view on the path just a few feet away. I didn't really get a good look at him, but I saw that it was a man, tall and wearing a dark jacket and a red baseball hat, and moving in what seemed to be a hurry. Thankfully, the dog remained quiet, and then the man was gone. When the man was well out of sight, the dog and I stepped back onto the path, and I decided to take a few more pictures before we left. When we were finally heading home, the near silence of the woods was broken by the loud drone of a helicopter overhead. I couldn't see it clearly until we were on the footpath behind the houses and out from under the trees. But once there, I could see that it was a police helicopter and it was circling over the woods. I returned the fat old dog to my mom's neighbor without any incident and completely forgot about the helicopter until a little later when my mom switched the radio on in her kitchen so that we could listen to some music while we ate lunch. It was a local radio station, and their top news story was that the police were hunting a man who had beaten someone nearly to death on a secluded footpath earlier that morning. The path they described linked the woods I had been walking into the center of town. The suspect was described as tall, wearing a dark jacket and a red hat. I saw him fleeing the scene of the crime, and it was only my paranoia about my new camera that prevented me from meeting him in the middle of the woods, early in the morning with nobody else around. I don't know what would have happened if I had stayed on the path, but I'm glad I never found out. His victim on the other footpath survived, but it was a close thing. I love this subreddit, and I'm sure this is just the first of a few stories I will post on here. This first story happened to my father. My dad has had many jobs throughout his life, and in the 70s he was a pig farmer. He would raise pigs and sell them by the pound at auction. Then he would deliver them to the buyer. Well, one time he was delivering a load of pigs to a buyer way up in butt F nowhere, Arkansas, and one of the pigs got away. The pig ran into some woods next to the property, and my dad finished unloading the rest of the pigs before going off to find the one that ran away. It took him a while to find the pig, and my dad says he honestly wishes he had it. When my dad found the pig, it was dead with an arrow sticking out of its side, just before my dad walked up to the pig's body to see who the heck shot his pig. He heard two men coming from deeper into the woods, whooping and hollering. My dad ducked behind a tree just as two really gnarly looking dudes came running up to the pig. They were both wearing overalls with nothing underneath. One of them had a really gnarly looking cleft lip. My dad said he looked just like the guy from The Hills Have Eyes remake, the one with the road spikes. The other guy was just really old and skinny. The two men picked up my dad's pig and sliced open its stomach, spilling its guts onto the ground. Then the two men dragged the pig off. My dad followed them. The two men walked up to a small ramshackle shack that had 4 people sitting on the front porch. As the men reached the house, a woman comes out with a boy who is probably too old to be breastfed, attached to her right breast. My dad said that almost every single one of them had a physical deformity, so he noped the heck out of there. Hillbilly people, let's not be. I've commented on the short version of this once before, but I'd really like to share it with more people. This experience was legit one of the most terrifying things that's happened to me walking my dog. And he's done some weird stuff, like pulling a used condom out of a bush and whipping it around like helicopter blades. Sort of weird. So back in 2015, I had the choice of getting a dog and getting a smartphone. I'd never had a dog in my life, or a decent phone come to think of it, and I'd been saving up for a phone anyhow, so naturally I picked the dog. My dad knew a fellow who had a couple of border collies that had recently had a litter, so we drove out and the dude gave me the last pup. Enter Bailey. A couple weeks after he got his shots, I started walking him. My parents figured I was going to be hanging out at the local park with my new pup, so I could get him socialized. But no, I chose to take him around the perimeter of a nearby farm to keep the farm dog in him. I'd been sneaking out to this farm for years. The farmer was an old family friend. My uncles had grown up working for him, so I knew if I was ever caught, I could just drop their name. On either side of the farm, there was some thick woodland, which no one had ever given me reason to be wary of. They probably should have. So, it's a sunny afternoon. It had been pouring down all week, and Bailey was itching for a good walk. I take him to the farm at our usual time, and we start making our way around to the woods on the east side of the farm. Everything is quiet, but Bailey keeps darting away from me to explore. He's a puppy, it's what they do, but of course I've been calling his name all the way around the field. We are about halfway past the woods. I could see the roof of the farmhouse over the next hill. Bailey's been pulling crap out of the bushes all the way along, and I just gotten him into trouble for rolling in a pile of fox crap. That's when I hear a man's voice calling my dog by his name. Like this dude I didn't even know was calling my dog by name. I knew it wasn't the farmer because I'd met him at family events like barbecues and weddings, so I knew what his voice sounded like. I go completely silent, but the guy keeps calling on my dog. It sounds like he's deep into the woods and maybe moving. He's calling my dog with an excited tone in his voice, which is what creeps me out the most. Bailey, meanwhile, is completely ignoring this dude and sniffing the now flat pile of poop. I'm like a tiny 18-year-old girl. The most combat experience I have is a month learning Taekwondo when I was 11, and I don't have a mobile phone. If that guy works out where I am, I'm screwed. And if Bailey decides to go in after him, I'm double screwed because I am not letting a possible psycho get his hands on my puppy. I can either run to the farm, which isn't too far away, or run back through the field towards home. I pick up my dog and sprint across the field. Behind me, I hear somebody emerge from the woods, but I'm already over the fence and sprinting back home with my puppy tucked under my arm. I get home and tell my mom. She brushes it off as some weird drunk dude. A few weeks later, I'm at my uncle's house and the farmer walks in. I told my uncle what happened, so he brings it up. The farmer asked exactly which woods I'd been close to and said that some of his clothes had gone missing from his washing line. He'd put it down to strong winds, but now he's not sure. I take him and my uncle to the exact spot the next day, and all three of us go in and find a completely wrecked campsite. There are no clothes or anything, but the tent has collapsed in on itself. There's no fire, but there are some pretty empty gas canisters like you'd use for a portable stove, and empty packets of food scattered everywhere. We report it to the police, but nothing ever really comes of it. Except that I got a phone not long after and keep it on me whenever I go out. Not eerie like some of these posts, but rather funny. Consider this a palate cleanser from the creepiness. So, I am a total night owl and frequently walk 3 to 5 miles late at night around my town. I love it because there is never anyone out, except occasionally random groups of kids, and my area has a lot of sidewalks and walking trails. One trail is dark and goes right behind a long line of nice houses. They all have relatively big yards, and since I walk the path frequently, I know it very well. One night a few weeks ago, I was out at my usual time, right around 11. I am always amazed on this path because people don't usually close their windows and blinds, and occasionally you look over at a house and see people. It always makes me laugh, but not being a peeping Tom, I just keep walking. As I am walking down the path, I look over and see a figure standing alone in a backyard and looking towards the house. I at first thought it was probably the homeowner, but something seemed weird. The guy had his hands in front of him and was just acting creepy. I am a light walker and decide that perhaps I should investigate and walk over. As I get behind him, I can see over his shoulder and have line of sight into a family room where a man and a woman are naked and pretty close to having sex. This guy had evidently hit the gold mine and was having his own personal peep show. It also seemed like he was making sure he enjoyed himself, if you know what I mean. I walked quietly up behind him until I was about 2 feet away, turned sideways to make myself less of a target and or run if attacked, and said very quietly and calmly, "What are you doing?" I have never seen anyone jump as high as he did in my life. I had completely surprised him, and he let out a yell and ran away at an angle around the front of the house and away from me. The couple must have heard something because suddenly the drapes were closed in the room and I resumed my walk. In hindsight and after telling my wife, I probably should not have done what I did. Could have had a weapon, but I had followed my instinct and it all worked out. I doubt I'll ever see him again, and I am pretty sure I scared the crap out of him. Disclaimer, English is not my native language, so I probably made a ton of mistakes while typing this, and I'm sorry about that. Also, I'm sorry if this post is too long. I've never posted anything here, so I'm pretty new to this. The story I want to share with you happened 1 year ago, not long after the beginning of the first semester. I was 20 by then, and I used to hang out near my university a lot at this time of the year because the weather was still really nice and warm, and my university was adjacent to a park. As we had a 3-hour break, a friend of mine asked me if I wanted to eat lunch in the park rather than in the cafeteria. I said yes, and we went there. It was a regular school day, probably a Thursday, and the place was filled with kids, students, and people walking their dogs. So definitely not empty. It may seem odd to underline this, but I rarely go by myself in a park if there is no one else around because it makes me feel nervous. Kind of vulnerable. I'm a pretty anxious person, so don't judge me. But this day, the place was crowded and we hardly managed to find a place somewhere on the grass for us to sit. We ate, talked, and enjoyed the sunny weather for a good hour. After an hour, the park was way emptier than when we arrived. Almost all the children had left, and we were quite on our own. As we both wanted to smoke a little bit before returning to classes, and now that we wouldn't bother anyone with the smoke, we rolled 2 joints. I know it's not especially a good thing, but it was our habit when we hung out together. Anyways, the past belongs to the past, right? I was focused on rolling up when my friend suddenly asked me, "Do you see them?" I looked in the same direction as her, but I couldn't see what she was talking about. She insisted, "Those guys with the bag. They're staring at us." And then I saw them, maybe 50 meters away from us. 2 guys who seemed a little bit older than us were standing in the middle of the way, looking very intensely at us. They had no expression on their face. I'm kind of used to creepy men, whether they are polite or much more intrusive. You know, those who follow you in the streets, or those who inexplicably stare at you in the bus for 30 minutes. Those who won't leave your side until you give them your number. It can be really easy to get rid of them, but those kinds of encounters are often awkward, embarrassing, or worse. So I felt pretty uncomfortable, although I wasn't super worried. As I kept looking at them, I understood that they were going to talk to us. I asked my friend if she knew them and she answered no, adding that she hoped they would not come over to say hi. Unfortunately, a few minutes later, they were right in front of us smiling. There were 2 of them. The first one to talk introduced himself as Manny. He was a small, short-haired guy who was obviously on drugs, but I wouldn't know which ones, to be honest. The other one was a tall, pale, quiet guy. I can't remember his name. Let's call him Steve to make things easier. Manny talked and smiled a lot. He introduced himself and his friend, asked us about our day, and said he was happy about the warm temperatures. He seemed either unable to shut up or desperately trying to play it cool with us. Before we could even tell them to leave, he invited himself to join us on the grass, assuming that we would be okay with it. As a welcoming gift, he opened his bag. It was a huge plastic bag, one that you would take to do some groceries, and showed us a 4.5-liter bottle of vodka. I couldn't help but judge them. It was like 1 p.m. in a park in daylight, so it felt kind of ridiculous to me. His friend handed us a tiny and already used paper cup, but we declined the offer, saying that we needed to stay sober because we had classes to attend 2 hours later. Unfortunately, they had already drunk a fair amount of vodka, and they kept insisting until my friend told them, "I'm not the type of person who would drink vodka right after lunch. I either drink it on Friday night with my friends or pass my turn. Don't ask us again." I should tell you now, my friend is not a scaredy cat at all. To be honest, she's one of the bravest people I've ever met, and she's never uncomfortable in front of strangers. Usually when she's bothered by a weird person, she either acts weirder than him to make him feel more uncomfortable, or laughs it off, making jokes and acting friendly until she tells him to leave because she'd rather be alone. Or in the worst cases, she kicks his ass and leaves. So even if she didn't want their company, she was still unperturbed and relaxed. Way more than I was at least, and it felt good to have her by my side. They must have felt that she was serious because they stopped insisting, and instead they started to ask us things like, "Are you students? Do you have a boyfriend? Can I have your number?" And so on. We were both in a relationship and not interested in the two of them, but it didn't stop them from flirting. They kept complimenting us in a heavy, unpleasant, clumsy way, and we began to feel embarrassed. We could clearly tell that the alcohol was unleashing them. They were annoyingly enticing and openly flirty, and it escalated quickly from a sympathetic remark on the way we were dressed to nasty sexual advances. As I said, we were not interested, but they didn't take no as an answer. I was so uncomfortable that I avoided eye contact as much as I could while trying to find a way for us to get out of this situation. At this point, 2 other dudes, supposedly their friends, came and sat with us, even though we didn't tell them that they could. They looked dirty, idle, and stoned, and one of them had a scrawny dog full of fleas. Not really reassuring, but we kept our thoughts for ourselves. My friend said something like, "We should probably go back to college now," but it didn't work the way we planned. They offered to come with us, claiming that it was not the first time that they crashed classes just for fun. We replied, "No thank you, we don't want to get in trouble," but Manny insisted again. We declined. He just kept insisting, saying, "Don't worry, it's not a big deal." And suddenly he pulled out a gun out of his pants and brandished it in front of us, with a proud expression on his face. We immediately stopped smiling. First, because we live in France. Carrying guns is neither allowed nor usual, and second, because we felt trapped. The gun looked old but real, heavy and very dangerous in his drunken hands. It was definitely not funny anymore. I was very afraid of what would happen next. One of his friends, the one with the dog, we'll call him Nick, started to panic, got up and said, "Dude, are you freaking crazy? Don't you know I got heroin on me?" To which Manny replied, "Chill out, there are no cops here." His friend shook his head and took his bag ready to get out of here. Then Manny pretended to be aiming at Steve, and he told us with a big carnivorous smile that he could totally shoot him without getting in trouble. Steve seemed a little bit nervous. Nick walked away, yelling that he didn't want to be seen with us because it was too risky, and I couldn't disagree. We were in the middle of the day in an almost empty park, so the scene seemed quite unreal. I just thought, crap, I've never been this close to a gun, and its owner is a drunk man who doesn't want us to go. It looked bad for us. He turned towards us, exhibited the weapon, and asked for our opinion. "Do you like it?" "I'm not a huge fan of guns," I said. "Are you scared?" "Maybe." I tried my best to hide the fact that I was scared because I didn't want him to notice it and take advantage of it. Even my friend kept a fake smile on her face to keep up appearances. He quickly put it back in his pants and stared at us for a long time with a wary eye. After that, he strangely asked, "What did you see?" Figured he was talking about the gun, but I couldn't understand why he would ask such a thing, with such a suspicious tone. He asked again. I said, "I saw nothing," and he laughed. My answer may seem stupid, but I didn't want him to feel proud or to give him this kind of power over us by letting him know that we were afraid of the weapon. I thought it was stupid to carry a gun and to point it at his friend. But he simply kept laughing, and his laugh sounded awful to my ears, like the one of a cold-blooded sociopath. I was so nervous that my hands were shaking. My friend must have noticed it because all of a sudden she took my arm and told everyone, "Oh crap, we're late, we must go. Have a nice day," before running away. They shouted, "Can we have your phone number at least?" And she replied without even looking back, "Nope, but have a nice day anyways." We never walked so fast to get to our classes as on this day, even though we ended up not attending the lecture because our teacher was sick and we didn't know. We were still so astounded by what just happened that it took us several hours to process. And after that, we avoided the park for a long period of time. Edit. I want to add something because it may be confusing. We had no idea of who they were, what business they were in, or what kind of drugs they would do. We could only make assumptions because, well, some of them were casually carrying hard drugs and Manny had a gun. But one thing was sure, they all seemed pretty messed up as human beings. Could have asked them why they had those things on them, but it felt too risky. We were two defenseless girls and it felt safer to stay quiet about those delicate subjects. We also never told the police because we had no idea of what proof/evidence we were supposed to give them. Hope all of this makes sense to you as well. My brother is 7 years older than me, so when I was 9 or 10, he was in high school and had to hide from our parents that he smoked and dipped tobacco. As a result, most days of the week after he got home from school, I was homeschooled. We would go out in the woods for about an hour or two. We lived way out in the country in an already rural part of East Texas, so there were plenty of woods to explore. The land south of our house was all owned by a mining company, and my parents didn't want us going out there, so we always crossed a fence to the north of our house and explored the woods out there. Very likely some locals' property that we had no business being on, but when you live out in the country, you figure you'll have plenty of signs before you accidentally walk into someone's backyard. After a few months of venturing out in this area, never traveling more than an hour's distance from our house, and always in the daylight, we decided one day that we would just keep walking and walking. My brother smoked and spit into a Dr. Pepper bottle. We entered big pastures and drove back into even deeper woods. Whenever we've talked about it, we've always said that we must have traveled at least a mile, but we usually say far more. Eventually, we came across a circular pond. I distinctly remember having a much higher rim on one side. My brother explained that this was because a tractor had dug it out and piled up more dirt on one side than the others. We kept going past the pond and entered another patch of woods. As we came out, we saw that the tree line curved around sharply to the right, and the clearing we now stood in opened it up far wider. We went into that direction, and while my memory of getting there is a little hazy, I know we suddenly came across a very large white building surrounded by a high fence. There was a gate large enough for vehicles to move in and out of, and a dirt road leading away from the facility. We could hear the sounds of activity and could see people walking around the outside of the fence, near the gate. I'm afraid any other detail I could give at this point might be colored by false memory or exaggerations from an imaginative young brain, so I'll wait to talk to my brother about it more before I go any further. At that moment, we both felt the spine-tingling terror alerting the body that something about this was very, very wrong. We were not supposed to be here. We were at the very least going to get into some serious trouble. We were standing in the middle of a clearing, gawking at a facility of some kind on what was obviously someone else's property, and we were seeing something deep out in the woods that we had never known was there. All of this time we'd spent walking around these woods. If we had just gone a ways further, we would have stumbled across this. I remember standing there for a moment longer, asking my brother what this could possibly be. He told me something along the lines of, "I have no clue, but we should really get the heck out of here." The tone of his voice truly freaked me out, and I remember running hard back the way we came, crossing the same pond, and cutting a path as close as possible to the route that we had traveled. When we finally stopped, out of breath, my brother told me that in no way, shape, or form would I utter a word of this to our parents. They were spankers and awful grounders, so he knew the trouble that he'd be in for taking his little brother into what was quite possible danger. After that day, we kept going out in those woods, but never that far. Eventually, my brother got caught with a can of Skull, and my dad made him eat the whole can and puke it up on the porch. Being an easily intimidated little kid, it wasn't hard to get more information out of me about my brother's smoking and dipping habits, but I never brought up the facility that we'd found. Over the years, my brother and I have brought this story up many times. Our parents have gotten way laxer since we've all grown up, and we've even told them the story. To my mother's retroactive shock, we've added a lot of other weird ones to our arsenal in the same time since, as our family had always lived by huge areas of land for us to wander around on. But this is one of our favorites. It's always, remember the time we almost got killed by those government researchers? Remember the time that we found that crazy building in the woods with those people walking around it? But for the past few days, this event has really been bugging me. I told my wife about it in detail and she was pretty amused. I thought I'd look around on Google Maps a little bit at the area we grew up in. Something I'm honestly surprised I've never done for these specific reasons before. And what I've found or haven't found is actually really bizarre. Moving north from my old house, which has since burned down and left an ugly scar on the satellite image, on Google Maps I can very clearly make out the woods we spent most of our time in. When I go further north, I can see several large clearings followed by more wooded areas. Eventually, I even found the circular pond, and I'm positive I can make out the higher end of the pond that we stood on, as my brother explained how it had been made. When I drag the map further, I see what looks to be the clearing and the sharp curve of the tree line to where we saw the facility, but there's nothing there. No trace of a building, no evidence of a dirt road leading away from an old structure. It's just pasture and more trees. In fact, when I zoom out and look at the whole area, it doesn't seem possible for there to have been an operation of the scale we saw out there at all. Just a little ways further north, the land becomes nothing but pasture with houses pressed up against a county road. For people to have come and gone from this area, they would have had to have had a road of some kind, as well as power lines stretched out to the building. But there's nothing like that on Google. In fact, there's really no "here it was" spot on the map. It's like it was never there to begin with. It's been a few years since we've talked about it, so I texted my brother earlier today to ask him if he remembered this happening. He called me immediately after and said, "Heck yeah, man, that was a really weird day. You know how good I used to be in the woods, but that stuff really freaked me out. We had to get out of there." This whole event feels more and more like something that we walked into that we shouldn't have seen. I still remember the feeling of dread upon finding the place and knowing that something bad would happen if we stuck around. I'm going to try and send him this post later so he can read it and corroborate, as well as look at the Google Maps for himself to see if he sees anything different. I live alone in a little house in a big city. Kind of a rough around the edges neighborhood, but I've lived in the area most of my life, and my block is tight-knit in spite of half of it being vacant or abandoned. It's also a city that, like many others, tragically has a lot of folks living out of cars and RVs, trying to eke out an existence. So I shouldn't have been too surprised when, back in October last year, I got a text from a neighbor. "You might want to take a look out your back window." About 10 feet away was an enormous 40-foot motorhome in the dead-end alley, sitting right on the edge of the small cliff that is my unfenced backyard. Having lived in urban areas my whole life, I'm no stranger to odd things happening immediately outside my window, but this did feel a little bit more intrusive than living in a ground floor apartment. No thanks to my back window being my bathroom window. It sat there for a few weeks without anyone paying much mind. A few neighbors speculated it might have been someone working on a couple demolition and construction projects in the neighborhood. A supervisor from out of town, perhaps. Whoever it was, I didn't really mind as long as there wasn't any mess. though I was slightly worried a wrong move would end with someone or the whole vehicle rolling off the retaining wall and potentially crashing through my wall. Of course, there was the small fact that half the block now couldn't access the alley. My city is very particular about removing vehicles if someone is potentially living in them, and after a few roundabout calls to the parking department, I and my neighbors were told that we needed some evidence they were a hazard or abandoned. So I grabbed a cheap webcam off Amazon and popped it in my window and then went on with my life. About a week later, after some friends over for dinner had left, I thought I'd check and see if the camera had picked up anything. I didn't sleep for the next few nights. Like clockwork, every night around midnight, the lights in the RV would flick on in the otherwise pitch black night. A couple of cars would pull up behind and the occupants would unload several very full garbage bags into the RV. Then these shadowy figures would creep down the yard of the vacant house next door, into mine, and methodically circle my house, shining flashlights in each window. Cars would come and go all night until about 5 a.m. Then all was business as usual during daylight hours. It's worth mentioning that my house is essentially a studio apartment on top of a garage, built into a slope. My bed is about 10 feet from those windows. Also worth mentioning, my neighborhood had an alarming rash of about 20 armed home invasions the summer before, or the arson on an occupied house across the street a few months earlier. Vulnerable was an understatement of how I felt. I ended up moving most of my furniture around my bed as a makeshift barricade. I called 911. They were a bit incredulous. Nothing was actively happening as I called. This wasn't an emergency. I can call the non-emergency line in the morning if I want to speak to an officer or detective. The next morning, I felt it was prudent to bring any yard tools that would make a tempting window breaker and double-check the back porch and security flood had working bulbs. And just my luck, I managed to completely break both fixtures in the process. Almost immediately as I walked out my back door, the RV's door swung open, and a man and woman stepped out. They were dressed in t-shirts and shorts despite the 39-degree weather and looked a bit like zombies. I waved. They didn't. They stared past me. I quickly retreated back inside to keep an eye remotely, but not before noticing something even more startling. The RV had about 6 security cameras mounted on it, 3 of which were trained on my back door. I was watching them, they were watching me. After a day or two more of this, I had become fully nocturnal, leaving all the lights blazing all night, and I started to feel like I was losing my mind. This was both mostly benign and deeply unsettling. Texting friends and family in hopes of reassurance. Well, didn't do much. They're probably just trying to find a quiet place away from the encampments. Maybe they work a night shift. If you were living on the streets, wouldn't you want a security camera? I mean, you have one on your house. Okay, maybe I was being paranoid. My neighbors were mostly preoccupied with the alley being blocked and subsequent missed deliveries. And it's not like the city was going to do much anyways. The cars kept coming and going all night. The people with flashlights stayed just outside the edge of my yard, but I would catch the occasional flash through the window. After being reluctant to leave the house, and my cat alone, I had to leave for an in-person work meeting. While I was gone, my camera pinged me about activity. The RV folks had set up stakes around my property and were wrapping yellow caution tape around my yard and across the alley, and had set up a barricade of traffic cones around their vehicle. This was just getting weird. By this point, a few of us on the block started a group text to keep tabs on things. One neighbor a few houses down caught the female half of this duo in her backyard with a chainsaw, climbing their oak tree in broad daylight. They confronted her and she gave the same treatment as me. A mute 1,000-yard stare. That neighbor called it in, and I watched a few officers poke around for a minute, clearly puzzled by the barricades and tape. I thought there might be some imminent resolution. They then booked it back to their squad and took off with the lights and sirens. There was a shooting a few blocks over. I assumed they got called too. Another night goes by, punctuated by the RV's alarm going off every couple of hours and the engine revving menacingly, though nothing out of the ordinary. At least this ordinary. I take my mid-morning nap I've become accustomed to over the past week, only to be woken by the loud, angry yelling. I pull up the camera feed. Out back is another neighbor, the goofy dad, cum ex-naval officer, venting his frustrations to a police officer, who's banging the RV door with a baton, demanding the occupants come out. There's a brand new sports car parked behind, one that I'd barely make out on my cheap camera's night vision. I carefully left out the front so as not to be conspicuous, and circled up to the mouth of the alley to speak with the officer and explained my story in a near stream of consciousness ramble. Did you see them leave? Nope. I played back the camera. The sports car showed up around 5:30 a.m. and nobody had left since. He said the car was too new to have a current registration and the RV was registered to a deceased person 4 counties away. Suspicious, but nothing outright criminal, but he'd ticket them with a 24-hour tow notice. As he was typing up the ticket, the sports car came barreling down the alley in reverse, nearly plowing into the cruiser, and I was told very sternly to leave immediately. I ran home and pulled up a police scanner feed to try and glean some information. They were calling for a gang officer, a domestic violence unit, the Vice Squad, and CSI. So my gut feeling wasn't too far off the mark. Later that night, the officer called me asking to send the entirety of my footage. I asked if there was anything he could divulge about what happened. I can't tell you much, but this was a bad dude and he's going away. We towed the car as evidence, but we'll have to wait until morning to get a big enough truck to move the RV. To say I slept well that night was an understatement, but that calm was shattered quite literally early the next morning as I heard glass breaking outside. 3 masked men were breaking into the RV with crowbars. One was up on a ladder, sawing through the roof with an angle grinder. I frantically called 911, struggling to explain the context of what was going on. Once again met with a verbal eye roll from the call taker. Is it your RV? No. Sir, you can't report a stolen vehicle that isn't yours. I hung up and tried again, hoping to get someone else on the other end. We have a wrecker dispatched to that location. Are you sure these aren't the new tow operators? Sure enough, just as these guys managed to get the RV started, the tow truck was coming around the corner. They booked it so fast it ripped up the gravel, and it's a miracle it didn't end up through someone's wall. Well, whatever. The absolute freaking heck happened is seemingly over. Seemingly. Again, seemingly. I suppose this is an epilogue of sorts and by far the most unsettling part of this story. I quickly upgraded my crappy camera to a couple commercial grade ones with smart object detection, synchronized floodlights and automatic sirens, hoping I would rest easy. No, it was going off all of the time, at least once or twice a week for over a month. The cameras caught creeps stalking around my backyard and windows with flashlights. There were also plenty of other times cars were idling with the lights off in the alley for unsettlingly long periods. The one I can't shake was the guy at 3 a.m. slowly making his way up the alley in a low crouch, taking a long pause directly behind my house, and then booking it towards my door full speed. Or the guy that managed to get past the camera, and I came face to face with his ugly mug pressed up against my kitchen window around midnight. At least the alarms did their job. Every one of these guys took off once lit up like a stadium with sirens blaring. For some comic relief, that last guy tried to hop a retaining wall and face planted on the other side. Of course, again, friends and family had some not so reassuring platitudes. Maybe it was somebody looking for a lost dog, or somebody got lost in the alley, or maybe this just always happened before I had lights and cameras. And shaking what little hope I had in law enforcement, the cops, if they showed up at all, were at least an hour late. But here's the real kicker. I filed a public request for the arrest and case report and got it back months later. Turns out my neighbor in the RV had kidnapped his ex-girlfriend and was likely trafficking her. She'd in fact called 911 but didn't know the neighborhood, and the cops were looking for them in a different part of town. He had a lengthy rap sheet for felony burglary, fraud, and firearms charges. An acquaintance of his was interviewed by detectives and said the RV was packed to the gills with guns and improvised weapons, and this guy told this witness that he would come back and kill whoever sent him back to jail. and right at the bottom, in all caps, was my name and address, but phone number redacted, listed as reporting party and complainant. The cops searched the sports car and found nothing of note. The RV, as you recall, was apparently stolen before they could even get a valid warrant. The ex fled during the arrest, as I saw on camera, and was never heard from again. The DA dropped the case, and this guy was released from jail 48 hours later. It's been about 6 months since my last visitor at night. There hasn't been a whole lot of peace of mind before I turn in for the night. It's slowly fading, but I can't say I'm not a little on edge after dark, even in my own home. My house is now completely lit up 360 degrees. I put various dents or spiky plantings around my windows and the perimeter, and I sleep with a rifle next to my bed. But fortunately, new folks have moved into the vacant houses on either side of me, and they also seem like good people. I just don't know if I have the heart to tell them all what went down. "19 female. The first day I attended class, Alex asked me out. Alex was over 300 pounds, and shallow as it may be, I was completely uninterested in him and turned him down as politely as possible. This was not acceptable to Alex, who believed all women 20 years of age or older were either taken or defective, and he required a 19-year-old girlfriend to avoid forever aloneness. Alex made friends with my awful roommate Dirk, who he hated, purely in order to see me every day. He constantly asked me out, and every time I turned him down, I felt disgusted with myself. I was shooting down an otherwise perfectly sweet kid based on what I thought was solely a physical trait. Now, I know that I was probably also picking up on the fact that Alex was not coloring with a full box of crayons. Between familiarity with his presence and my own conviction that I was at risk of becoming a terrible human being, I finally accepted a date. He tanked the date. I mean full on. He would not say a word to me for 3.5 hours until we missed the actual date itself, ending in me walking out. The next day, he was back at my apartment begging for a second chance, but I turned him down again. I told him his behavior said he wasn't as interested as he claimed. Alex set about proving me wrong. Every day, there he was. "How's your day? What's your favorite memory? Tell me something about yourself." I should have identified this as creepy, but I still thought he was just Dirk's friend, and most of the time, Dirk was snorting aerosolized cheese and generally being a terrible conversationalist. Alex was actually gathering information. From me, from Dirk and my friends, from my teachers. Why? To construct a whole new persona to appeal to me. I knew nothing about him until the day I knew everything about him. Everything was a lie, and those lies sounded amazing. The second date went fantastically, and we began dating exclusively. This drove Dirk into violent lunacy. Alex's web of lies. We were dating 3 weeks when Dirk tried to cut my brake line. Alex, of course, offered to let me live with him. He had a great job and was paying for a whole apartment by himself, he claimed. I could finish paying off my half of the lease with my roommate and just help Alex with utilities until I had more money. I gratefully moved in and quickly began uncovering Alex's lies. Some were truly asinine. Like when I discovered that the stuffed pasta and sauce he'd spent all day making from scratch for me were actually Bertolli. That was especially weird because Alex was a fantastic chef and could have actually cooked something from scratch to impress me. Some were not so stupid, like the way he didn't in fact have a job. Alex's parents were paying for everything, and they hadn't been intending to. They'd made a deal with him. They would pay for college until he graduated. For the first year-long lease, they would pay for half of his rent, but he was to immediately get a roommate or a job, and once the lease was up, he would be responsible for his own room and board. Yes, they were rich. As I moved in, he called them to brag. Their reaction was not what he expected. "So you got a roommate? I guess we'll only be helping you with half the rent then." He came clean about his job, claiming he thought I'd think less of him if I knew his parents were paying the bills. He told me they had some unexpected financial troubles and I needed to pick up half the rent. I was now paying for half my former roommate's rent and half of Alex's, but I just thought it was some bad luck, not his fault. Then of course my lease with Alex was up, and when we renewed, his parents unexpectedly cut him off and I was paying for everything. More bad luck, he assured me. I wouldn't find out about his deal with his parents for years. Alex stalks other women. He met a girl named Amy online in a role-playing game we played together. From the moment he met her, he refused to game with me. Soon, he was refusing to speak to me. I couldn't even take him out to a movie. He needed to be home at his computer, and he needed all of his attention free in case Amy spoke to him. If she wasn't logged in, he was frantically e-stalking her, saving all the information off her social media sites and grilling her friends for more details. Soon, he only reacted to me to negatively compare me to Amy. Meatloaf? Amy made her boyfriend steak today, or Amy would look better in that bathing suit than you, or Amy just dyed her hair. You never dye your hair. He refused to admit that he had feelings for Amy, so I asked to meet her, in-game hoping that my presence would temper the situation a little bit. He fought me over it, but I insisted that if she was, as he claimed, just a friend, he shouldn't care if I met her. Fine, he said, but you need to play along. With what, you may be asking yourself. With the fact that he told her that he was a straight woman and I was his roommate. Also, that he was a lawyer, and that I was in law school, and that he was on and off dating a med student, and that we had a dog. The list kept going. I asked him why he told this woman so many lies. Why? Because in his research of her, he determined that this persona would make her trust him the most. And you need a lot of trust to have in-game hot lesbian sex apparently, with someone who is definitely not secretly a dude. I looked at this new character and saw a skinny little buxom lingerie-clad woman. I was tired of him ignoring me. He could still play the game, but he had to get back on his dude character and play with me. He whined but switched tunes. However, through the entire quest, he was silently tapping away, refusing to speak to me. Then Amy showed up. What the heck is this? I demand. I needed someone to talk to, he cried. Alexandra? Amy asked. Why are you on a boy character? Oh, because my roommate was so sick of being hit on by horny dudes, she asked me to escort her around for a while. He replied. I rage quit. The next day after I returned from work, both our accounts had been cancelled and our games uninstalled. He never mentioned Amy again. I never saw another stalking play out to that degree, but there would be many times he'd completely check out and refuse to leave his desk, compare me to strange women, randomly cancel game subscriptions, and exhibit other suspicious behavior. The one true human rears his fat head. Alex, despite his foibles, skated just shy of being worth breaking up with for 2 years. I think he was really trying to suppress his entitled behavior out of fear of loneliness, but he eventually began to revert. He'd always been jealous of my time, but soon he began actively alienating me from my friends. He would try to convince me that they were bad influences or go behind my back to start fights between us. He would physically bar me from seeing them by suddenly needing the car, feigning an illness, or scheduling a date at the same time, and asking me who was more important to me. Soon, I lost all actual perspective on the state of the relationship, pared down to nothing but people who insisted that Alex was the best thing for me. He began to feel entitled to me and my support and gradually stopped putting any effort into the relationship. Despite my lack of perspective, I wasn't completely blind and began to question what was happening. He convinced me that the degeneration of our relationship was my fault, that I was the one not treating him as he deserved, and that he was beginning to doubt I loved him anymore at all. I asked him what I could do, and he responded with a veritable laundry list of demands. He needed me to buy him the new video games as they came out, take him out on more dates, lose more weight, wear padded bras and save for a boob job, wear nothing but designer suits or sexy costumes, sleep in lingerie, become bisexual, and treat him to threesomes. Alex was a big fan of lists of crazy things. The more demands I refused, the more hostile and bitter he became. His soulmate would do these things for him. Therefore, I wasn't his soulmate. But now we were 21 and all the decent women were taken. And it was my fault that I had cheated him out of his soulmate. She was with someone else now, and he was stuck with me. The only option he saw was bullying me into becoming his perfect mate. Thus began years of gaslighting, lectures, and withholding affection, while he and all of his friends convinced me I couldn't live without him. One day, Alex announced that our faltering relationship would be fixed if we moved so he could attend a trendy school where he would finally earn his degree. I asked if his parents were alright with paying for this much more expensive school, but he assured me that they had spoken and were very supportive. And by that, he meant that 4 years ago, they agreed to pay for the associate's degree he still hadn't earned. So we moved. I transferred jobs, and he enrolled in this new school. Then he told his parents for the first time and asked for $15,000. They cut him off. The breakup. Alex took out a bunch of loans and went to school anyway, where he met Madeline, and promptly became obsessed with her. This was a problem because his previous fixations were all women on the internet he didn't have access to. Now the only thing standing between him and sweet sextings with the object of his obsession was that she didn't want to be another woman. And that was of course also my fault. His bitterness toward me became overwhelming. Everything started a fight, down to flipping light switches and seeing people in hats. I told him that I really couldn't handle all the fighting, and if we didn't do something about it, the relationship wouldn't survive. He immediately blurted out that we were breaking up, and it was my fault for bringing up such a serious topic when relationships were supposed to be fun. He ran off to Madeline's apartment before I could get a word in. When I tried to move out, he said that if I left and stopped paying the lease, he would default on rent and ruin my credit, so I just moved to the couch and waited out the lease. I would habitually wake up to him licking me. Leave me alone. No. We should do it right now. No. You want it. I can tell you want it by the way you're moving. You're just saying no. The way I was moving was otherwise known as laying on the couch breathing, but going entirely stiff. Now you're just faking it. That doesn't count. You still want it. He insisted, slurping his tongue across my face. Seductively, apparently. I generally just had to wake up and leave for work early to avoid a tongue bath. He was really bad at kissing. Why aren't we doing it? He demanded one day. I told him, confused, that it was because we broke up. He said that I owed it to him. See, because I'd been nice to him during our relationship, I'd led him to believe that I would continue doing it with him if we broke up. I'd also lead him to believe that he was desirable and would be drowning in poon if only he were single. If he'd somehow known that he was 350 pounds or that running out on me might hinder his access to me naked, he never would have broken up with me. It was my fault. He hadn't had sex since he left me. The lease was almost up and Alex was suddenly interested in patching things up. He told me that although his soulmate was out there somewhere, she'd been taken while I was dating him, so he was willing to settle for me. That didn't work. He told me that he had misjudged how much he would miss sex and gifts. That didn't work either. He gave me a giant sunflower and apologized. I faltered. 1. This wasn't a lame monotone apology claiming that whatever he did, he would try not to do that anymore. He actually itemized all the things he'd done that had hurt me, demonstrated that he understood why I'd been hurt by his actions, and admitted he's done them for selfish reasons. 2. Giant sunflowers are magical and they make me feel like a tiny sparkly pixie. I said I would consider taking him back if he admitted to all the lies he'd told me over the last 5 years. This is when I learned pretty much all of the information here. The deal he made with his parents, the fact that he completely made up his past to attract me, and other major lies. He promised to change and be the boyfriend I deserved. Idiotically, I took him back. He made a huge gesture to get our relationship back on track, so I did too. I put him back on the lease and immediately found out I'd been played. He reverted back, claiming that he'd made an effort to be my perfect boyfriend, but I hadn't tried to be his perfect girlfriend. Because why wasn't I bisexual yet? Why hadn't I gotten a boob job? And Why wasn't he having a threesome right now? If I wasn't going to make an effort, neither was he. He went right back to picking fights about people and hats and demanding I fulfill his insane list of desires. I was pretty much emotionally busted at this point. Alex was just going to trick and lie to me to get whatever he wanted, and I was stuck with him forever. Maybe that's what I deserved. At about that time, my old friend Vincent contacted me, saying he'd be in town and asking me if I wanted to hang out. I asked Alex if I could, and he replied that of course I could see my friends. It wasn't like he was controlling or anything. Alex obviously began slandering Vincent and making it difficult to see him, but I managed to make it anyway. While I was hanging out with Vincent and his friends, Alex began blowing up my phone. He'd been so upset by my absence that he ate so much that he got sick, drank too much, and gave himself a bad perm. You read that. He reduced me to tears on the phone, demanding an apology for every stupid, self-destructive thing he'd done. When Alex finally hung up on me, I apologized to Vincent for ruining the get-together. He just said, "You don't have to be sorry." I just kind of blinked at him, went home, and broke up with Alex. I've been married to Vincent for 5 years. Hello everyone, this happened last winter. If this story is misplaced, I'll move it, but I think it will fit this subreddit. So I'll start by giving you a little bit of background. I am, like most girls here, a really short, skinny girl. I attend school in a pretty well-off neighborhood, but it's really on the border zone. So you have the middle-high class on one side of the avenue and the extremely poor people on the other. A few other friends and I usually wait for the bus on the poor side of the avenue, and I think I should mention that the bus stop is right after the intersection of another avenue, so the red light lasts for a good minute. Luckily, this time I was with Anne. Now, we were waiting and chatting for a bit, and we saw this dude coming. He looked like he was high, and he was sweating even though it was a really cold winter day. He had dirt on his knees and elbows and a glassy look in his eyes. He stops walking and asks me what the time is. I check and told him it's 1:45, as politely as I could. I've been taught that if you can avoid conflict, it's better to do so in the most polite way possible so that you don't upset people. He stops and stares at me for a good 30 seconds and tells me that I have a beautiful set of eyes, I have hazel eyes, and people usually compliment them. I usually grow really awkward at compliments on my eyes because I have trichotillomania, and in consequence have no eyelashes. So I turn my back and try to make conversation with my friend. He walks right up to her and also greets her with a kiss on the cheek and says something about her piercing blue eyes. Then he breaks off into a weird speech. Look, girls, I am simply looking for something that belongs to me. At this point, I thought he was going to rob us, but it turned out to be something creepy. A girl with beautiful light-colored eyes that belongs to me. And I was thinking that maybe you two could come with me, or I could join you wherever you are going. While we were at it, where are you going? We were actually going back to her place to revise for an exam. Now, I look at her quickly but intensely and answer while looking at her. We're going shopping. She got my not-so-subtle hint and agreed. He then said that he would take us shopping. I checked to see if the bus was about to arrive, and it was. Until the damn red light brought it to a halt. Shit. My friend looks when she sees me look away, and he says something really chilling. You know, it's going to be a long time until that bus arrives. And he puts one of his arms around my waist. Now, I couldn't be polite anymore. I pulled away from him. I honestly thought it would be harder, but he apparently didn't see it coming, and onto the avenue and dragged Anne with me, all the while looking at the creep to check if he would try anything. The creep smiled right at us and kept talking about how beautiful our eyes were, how he just wanted to be with one of us, or if he was lucky, both, and similar stuff. Then the bus started coming towards us and we immediately got in. The creep did not follow us, and Anne scolded me for talking to a strange-looking stranger. I worked in a porn store from 2002 to 2006. It was a small, somewhat poorly run and locally owned. There were two in town, both closed down now, that were owned by the same people. I worked at both of them, depending on where they needed me. It was an easy job. I was in college for the majority of the time I worked there. I pretty much got paid to sit around, watch TV, play around on the internet, do my homework, and occasionally ring up a customer. We were never busy, and we always worked alone. Aside from the creeps and the one time I got robbed, it was a good time. I could have my friends come and hang out with me, as long as they weren't behind the counter. After I met my then boyfriend / now husband, he also got hired, and so we would just hang out with each other at the shop if we didn't have other obligations. The store was set up so that when customers walked in, they were in the main room with the counter, which also had novelty items: lube, toys, cards, books. If they went to the room on their right, they would be in the movie room. The room on their left had lingerie, stripper clothes, and shoes. Both rooms had cameras to prevent shoplifting. For this particular incident, I was alone in the store. A clearly Amish man walked in with another guy. The other guy hung around in the doorway for a bit and then walked back outside. The Amish guy was probably in his 50s, very short, stocky, and had graying hair. He identified himself as part of the Amish community and said that the other guy was his driver. He then said something to me about not telling the other guy what he was buying if he came back in. I just laughed it off and tried to busy myself with something else. I tried to have as little communication with customers as possible unless they were non-creepy regulars, because I didn't want to give off even a hint of interest. He then went into the movie room for a bit. He came back empty-handed and came up to the counter. He asked if we had lemon lime flavored Spanish fly. I told him that we did not have that flavor, but we did have some Spanish fly. He told me that the Amish girls really liked lemon lime flavored stuff, so he uses that in their drinks. Then he told me that it works really well. At this point, I'm giving all the signals of disinterest in hopes that he will shut up and move on. But he didn't. He continued stating that he thinks it's really funny when he gets all these women pregnant and their husbands think that it's their child. I have no idea how he would know if he was really the father of those children or not, and I certainly didn't ask. Then he propositioned to me for sex. "You are a pretty young girl. Would you like to make $500? I declined. "Well, do you have any friends that would like to make $500? "No, sorry." "Are you sure?" "Yeah, I'm good." His focus then returned to the lemon lime Spanish fly. He told me he was desperate for it. I was desperate myself to get him out of the store. I told him that maybe they had some at our other store across town. Luckily, the trick worked and he left without incident. And thankfully, I never saw him again. Many years ago, when we were young and stupid and full of idealistic optimism and newly married and working shitty mall jobs, my husband and I had a friend in need. He was my husband's co-worker, Jack. Jack was about 8 years older than us and was in the middle of a messy breakup with not one boyfriend, but two. A sort of package deal. They all lived together. He was being kicked out and he needed somewhere to move in a hurry. Our lease was up soon and he offered to pay half the rent if we upgraded to a 2-bedroom and let him move in with us. It seemed like a sensible enough plan. We liked Jack and felt sorry for him. In addition to his relationship ending badly, he had been through a lot in his life. There was the kind of standard stuff, like growing up in a homophobic environment, having to join the army to get an education, and dealing with DADT, and the fact that he was working a shitty mall job and pushing 30. But there were also other tragedies in his past and we felt protective of him. He had been addicted to drugs and had gone through recovery 10 years before after dropping out of art school. He had been in an abusive relationship with the guy who had shot at him. He had depression and took an array of prescriptions and had very shaky self-esteem. But there was one tragedy that towered over all of that. When he was in high school before he came out, he had a girlfriend, Steffi, who he had truly loved, his very best friend, and Steffi had gotten pregnant. But near her due date, she was in a terrible car crash and was rushed to the hospital. They were able to save the baby, but not her. Jack had raised his daughter Melissa the best he could. He joined the army to support her and get better employment prospects. Unfortunately, that meant he had to sign custody over when he was deployed. He signed it over to Steffi's parents. When he returned, they went to court and used the fact that he was gay against him and kept custody. Now, he had to pay hundreds in child support to them every month and only saw his daughter, who was at the time going on 10 or 11 years old, twice per year. Periodically, he would get a picture of her and show it off at work. She literally looked just like him, except female, of course, and she would write him letters about how much she missed him. It was just so sad and unjust. But tragic past aside, Jack was fun to hang out with, and I was looking forward to sharing space with him. We liked to do the usual stupid 20-something mall worker stuff, mostly revolving around drinking and going out and buying stuff we didn't need, and watching too much TV. He was a great conversationalist, a great listener, and even liked to cook. We were going to have a blast. We moved into the new place and everything was going well. It was awesome having to pay so much less in rent and basically having a constant social hour at home. At first. The first problem came only a few weeks in. Jack never came home one weekend, even though he was supposed to meet us to go somewhere. When he finally called, he was crying. He had been so despondent about his breakup and everything. He said he had relapsed for the first time in 10 years and used cocaine. He assured us it would never happen again. He already felt terrible about it. I didn't know any technical details about drug addiction, but this unsettled me. Yet I figured that if it was really a one-time thing, he could pull himself together again. And for a few months, everything was back to normal and seemed fine. We even went on camping trips, out to the clubs, worked on art projects together, and went shopping for clothes and accessories. It was basically the stereotypical gay man and straight woman BFF dream come true, and everybody was happy and content. But he started disappearing on a regular basis after that, eventually missing not just social appointments but his work shifts too. I suspected, obviously, that drugs were the problem, but had no clue what to do about it. I started pressing him a little bit to get him to tell me what was up, and he just said he was going through it. Steffi's parents had successfully gotten an order to increase his child support payments, and he was feeling pinched and despondent about his daughter. I was understanding of this, of course. He had pictures of Melissa all over his room. It was clear that this was a huge deal to him. One weekend, he was acting especially upset and went missing completely. He missed work and wasn't answering his phone. I called hospitals and so forth looking for him, after trying the usual friends and hangouts. Eventually, we went out looking for him. It had been 3 days without a trace. We were afraid that something bad happened. Finally, he stumbled back in, and here's what happened. He had been at Starbucks and some guy had started slinging gay slurs and they got into a fight. Jack had spent the weekend in jail. Not long after this incident, Jack went off to visit his daughter for one of the 2 times that he got to see her that year. They were meeting in San Francisco, which seemed odd, as she lived in the Midwest. But whatever, it was vacation season. While he was away, I got an email from a man I didn't know asking me if Jack was going to bring Tina with him, down to SF. What the heck? I had no clue who this man was or who Tina was. Some of you know, I am sure. I sure as heck know now, and how the heck did this guy get my email address? Of course, I started investigating, trying to figure out what was going on, and it didn't take me long to find out that Tina is a slang term for crystal methamphetamine. I was of course suspicious, given Jack's past, and then something started nagging at me. Questions I had about this situation with his daughter. Little subtle things that didn't seem quite right. Since Jack was out of the apartment for a good couple of weeks, I did something I know no one endorses doing. I snooped through his desk. I knew something wasn't adding up, and I had to know if he was telling the truth about this distant daughter. I looked through his desk, and I found his old high school yearbooks. I found out Steffi's last name, and I started combing through public records, newspaper obits, social security death records, and the white pages. Steffi, Jack's dead girlfriend, alive in rural Indiana. Absolutely the same person, verified with birth dates and photos. So what about the daughter? Maybe she was still real. After all, There were all those photos, and she looked so much like Jack, but it didn't take much longer before I discovered the truth about that too. Melissa wasn't his daughter. She was his niece. His brother's kids, but I had seen him writing checks for child support. What the heck? And the rest came down like dominoes. He had never been in the army, he never went to art school, and didn't even go to San Francisco to visit his quote-unquote daughter, but a look through his IM log confirmed, run some drugs and party. Pretty much nothing he told us had been true. It was all one big tragic lie, told very convincingly by a sympathetic character named Jack, and he was coming back in just a day to live under our roof and do who knows what kind of drugs and tell more lies. What should we do? We were trying to figure out how and when to confront him, and possibly kick him out when he returned. We tried to just act normal, and since Jack had such a disarming personality, it was pretty easy to just dissociate what we knew and enjoy joking around with him like usual. We were still trying to figure out how to deal with this situation when Jack had a new crisis come up. He had gone to the clinic and tested positive for HIV. Nightmare come true. Of course, we were there for him as he dealt with this. Held his hand, listened to him talk, gave all the support we could. Though I admit it was in the back of my mind at the time. I wonder if this is really true or if this is another lie to get sympathy. Of course, you could never ask for proof of something like that. And, of course, you could never kick out a friend when he was dealing with such a life-changing blow, so we decided to just sit on what we knew and let him adjust and cope, and then maybe find some trumped-up excuse to move out on our own later in the year. Just quietly slip away. I did tell him I had gotten the weird email, though, and asked him directly if he was using meth. Of course, he said no. He kept talking about his daughter and started agonizing about how he was going to tell her that her dad had HIV, and how if he died, he could at least be left with Steffi. Oh, biting my tongue was so hard, but it would have been just too cruel not to. Then things started getting even weirder. Jack started coming on to me. Yeah, supposedly he was the gayest gay who ever gayed, and of course I was married. Not only that, but to his supposed best friend. I didn't take it as seriously as an affront, accordingly, figuring he was being jokey or ironic at first, but it started to ramp up and it was even more confusing than anything so far. Other weird things started happening. He started wearing really weird outfits, like a hippie skirt. He didn't usually cross-dress, and a fur coat and a fedora. He would go out in public like this. He didn't seem psychotic, and he said it was his form of gender expression. Okay. Our kitchenware and dish towels started disappearing. Completely disappearing. He spent a lot of time in his room and then went out to the woods to think. When he would come back from the woods, sometimes he would be normal, but other times he would be all emotional and would have some story to tell about a weird thing that happened to him. The weirdest was when he came back from the woods with blood on his clothes and shoes, his hair matted, smelling like blood and still cigarettes. He said he had gone to visit friends, a couple who he met through an HIV plus support group, and who had also been dealing with depression. When he got to their house, the lights were off and something was wrong. He broke in the side door and found them both very gorily dead. He called the police and then took off to the forest to have a nervous breakdown. He told this story in chilling detail, talking about stepping in splattered brains and washing it off in a creek while smoking a full pack of cigarettes. But the weirdest part of that episode was how he tried to tell us that they had deeded the house to him so we could all move in as soon as the biohazard crews cleaned it up. What the heck? In the middle of all of this, he lost his job and we had to shoulder more of the expenses. There was no question that he was on drugs now. Obviously, his behavior had really deteriorated. Normally, you would just go to court and evict a roommate with all of this going on, but again, he had been a friend and supposedly just been diagnosed with an expensive life-threatening disease, and yada yada yada. It would have looked really bad to kick him out. And what if he was telling the truth about having HIV? Then we would be heartless. Plus, the legality was super complicated because he was on the lease. We were stuck in a little bit frantic, and every time we would start to get a plan together, he would throw some other weirdness our way. He went to the pound and got a dog. Since he was off thinking, breed, doing drugs, All the time. I took care of her most of the time. Sometimes he would get all mad and insist on taking her with him though, which I hated because when he came back days later, she seemed hungry and sad because he didn't take proper care of her. Man, it would take another post to tell all the weird stuff that happened in this last chapter. At some point, he got religion and started reading books by Rick Warren. No shit. He tried to get me to watch weird porn with him, and he kept obsessing about my boobs, and we caught him listening through the door to catch us having sex. But mostly, he was gone all the time. His room hermetically sealed with weird smells coming out of it. And we were quietly terrified and exploring our legal options to get him the heck out. We had to sneak around to figure this out. He had started obsessively listening in on us in our room, so we would park our car at the far end of the parking lot and sit out there with the music cranked to talk and try to figure out our next move. Whenever we asked him about drugs, he denied it and started to get touchy about being asked. He had an answer for everything and a new story of woe or terror every week, and while we basically assumed he was lying about everything at that point, it was always stuff that it was too touchy to call out or impossible to prove. Thus, we started to feel like we were going a little bit crazy, because we couldn't tell up from down anymore. At some point, I gingerly approached Jack about the daughter issue. He didn't try to refute my allegation that he had lied about his girlfriend dying and his niece being his daughter. He didn't apologize or explain or say anything else. He actually fell asleep. Then in the middle of the day in the living room, the dish towels started reappearing. On the floor in the living room was something sticky. Well, I guess it could have been super glue. Finally, the weird smell was bad enough that we had to find out what it was. He might not just be smoking. He might actually be cooking meth in there, right? And, of all the terrible stuff, that would have to be the last straw that would justify kicking him out, even though he was struggling with disease and oppression and mental illness. So, while Jack was out reading Rick Warren with some friends one weekend, my husband and I put on surgical masks, leather boots, and gloves and went into his room. The gear was because once we cracked the door open, we could see that it was piled 3 feet deep with debris, rotting food, sex toys, and other extremely disgusting things. Using ski poles to clear a path, we investigated. It looked like a psychotic, sexually deviant hamster had been in there. Clothes were piled on the floor, then peed on. Boxes and papers had been torn to shreds. This is apparently a meth head thing. Porn was strewn everywhere. There was what we recognized as his usual going out bag, thrown in the middle of the bear-stained mattress, its contents spilling out into the bed. Lube, a Rick Warren book, and the biggest dildo anyone has ever seen. My spouse skied on over to check out the bathroom, and I went to Jack's computer desk. In the bathroom, our missing kitchenware seemed to have been appropriated to make a mini meth lab with some random household products. There was a little scale too, and some white powder, if there was any remaining doubt. The dish towels were in there too, covered in about 5 different body fluids. The toilet area, well, it lives on in legend. He didn't appear to stand or sit or aim. It looked more like he was just propelling stuff at the wall. But at the desk, I found something even more horrifying. An open IM window explaining in no uncertain terms where Jack had gone that night. Not only had Jack been cooking and selling meth, not only had he been earning money through prostitution, we had suspected as much, he had been prostituting out his dog. The desk was covered in note cards with instructions, leaving no doubt about exactly what was going on. We just went and started packing our stuff, as fast as we could. I called my parents and they agreed we could stay with them until further notice. We started driving over carloads of stuff, careful not to be caught by Jack, who no doubt would be pissed because how could a lying drug addict with no job afford to live on his own? He was gone a lot, but he would come back at unpredictable moments, and now he was angry and paranoid and on edge a lot of the time. He claimed the police were stalking him. Was he paranoid, or was he about to get busted? We were scared to call the cops ourselves because what if they thought we were in on the drug stuff? How could we prove we were not? It was nerve-wracking. Finally, we confronted Jack and told him that he had to get all the drug paraphernalia out of the apartment. We were not going to go down for his crime. He was furious and stormed out and drove away with tires squealing. We took that as our cue to gather up as much as we could and get the heck out for good. Fortunately, he left the dog, so we were going to take her to save her. It was 3 a.m. and we were just about to leave for the last time when we heard his tires squeal into the parking lot again. He slammed into the curb, slammed his door, and started stomping up the stairs. We laid down flat on the floor in our room, hoping he wouldn't realize we were there. He came into the apartment, angry, declaring he was going to mess us up and that he was going to kill someone. He was destroying everything loudly. I was really afraid we were going to die, and my brief life literally flashed before my eyes. As his footsteps approached, I was curled around the dog, and suddenly he was standing there. "Give me the dog, she's mine. She is legally mine, hand her over." I held onto the dog motionless, then he yanked her up and I couldn't hold on. He stormed back out and squealed away. We finished packing and drove out to my parents'. We stayed there for about a month, then settled the tab at the old place and moved into a new apartment, far from the old neighborhood. We got a bunch of creepy calls and scary emails from Jack for a while. Worse, we saw him around in unlikely places, and he showed up at my parents' once, but didn't get out of his car or come to the door. I think I saw him once at the new apartment, but couldn't be sure because it was dark. We were definitely on edge for a long time. Once he had been gone long enough, the landlord swamped out the apartment and threw out all of his stuff and sent him a bill. He messaged me 2 years later and claimed he had gotten clean and sober. He wanted to know our new address so he could send us some stuff, but I evaded. I still don't know if he really had HIV or what really happened when he came home covered in blood, or what the story was about with the niece, or even what happened to the poor dog. Seriously, I know no one endorses snooping. I get it. I know. You don't have to tell me. There were a lot of things I would have done then that I would not do now. But in the long run, I have to be glad that I snooped and found out what was going on, because it was becoming way too crazy. Hey, first time poster here. Not quite as harrowing as some of the stuff on here, but it's messed with my head quite a bit. So I'll set the scene first, I guess. I'm a dude and I was 15 at the time, going to a shady school in Manchester. It's not the greatest city. And at lunch, my friends and I would go to this office in the school, where the teachers would leave us be as long as we didn't trash the place. Somehow over the years, we had managed to make it pretty exclusive, getting teachers to remove the jerks, if you will. But certain people, like new starters or foreign kids sometimes, were always allowed in. There was this ginger Polish girl called Maya that started there and had been getting some crap, as I'm sure you could imagine. A new ginger Polish girl in a UK school. She was an easy target for nasty little kids. Now let me get this straight. I'm not mentioning this to build a kind of sympathy for her. I'm only mentioning it because I think this may have been a catalyst of sorts. Either way, one lunch, she was sitting at the computer next to where we used to play cards. She looked kind of down. While we were playing, she was pouting like when someone's trying to signal you to ask them if they're alright, you know? So I asked if she was alright, and she said the kids were being horrible, calling her ugly and stuff. This is where it started. Okay, so when a girl says she's being called ugly, what as a bloke is the first thing you say? For any guy, almost the first thing out of your mouth is, you're well fit. She was 2 years below me, so I was pretty sure it would fall upon deaf ears. For the next month or so, I can't honestly say I never noticed her at all. I'm not even sure when she started following me, but I can remember exactly when I noticed. Apparently, she used to get the same bus home as me. Well, it was 2 buses, and I never even knew she was there. Not at school, not on the bus. Let's say she was socially invisible. The only reason I noticed is when I was walking into my driveway and my bag strap snapped, so I turned around to pick up my stuff and I noticed that she was walking by just staring. At first, I thought nothing of it. I mean, I'm not the best looking guy. I'm tall and skinny. We call it lanky in the UK, so the idea of being followed never even once crossed my mind, but I had noticed her, and from then on, she was everywhere. At first, I'm not going to lie, it gave me a big confidence boost to have a stalker per se. But oh boy, let me tell you that wore off really quick. At first, I didn't say anything to anyone. I mean, she's only 13 and she poses no threat to me physically. What was there to worry about, huh? But until it happens to you, you won't understand the sense of tension you get when you're around that person until it happens to you. Okay, so a quick detour before the comments is set ablaze with crazy stuff. No, I was not interested in her, and regardless of gender, being stalked is always horrible. Every day I would get the bus back and she would be there. Well, I guess she was always there, but it was not the same. She was always watching, and when I look over at her, she'd quickly look away. She always got off at the same street as me, so I thought she lived close by. So one day I acted as I normally do, walking down my drive, slyly keeping an eye on her to walk past, and then followed her. She only started getting off at my stop after I had made that single comment. Well, at least to my knowledge, as I said, she kind of just disappeared into the background. I followed her mainly to know where my enemy was. I was legit walking around for about 45 minutes, pretty much exactly back up the bus route towards school, and watched her walk into her house. This is when I first had that real dirty feeling you get, as I realized she walked almost an extra hour a day every day just to watch me walk into my house. She stayed on the bus to creep on me. I mean, this chick was everywhere. She was on me like white on rice. Outside of school wasn't so bad because I could just ditch her. But after a few months of the conjoined twin treatment, she started to get brave and chatty with my friends, who all thought this was hilarious, by the way, and were always taking the piss. I didn't for a second entertain this and was quite frankly getting mad at my mates for putting me in this situation again and again. You know what it's like being forced to interact with someone who is following you. Oh, but that wasn't just it. We'll get to that. So the months go by. My mates are taking the piss, and the longer she stalks, the more she learns about my hangouts, and such is appearing a lot more. Now, at this moment, a few things were happening at the same time. I'll try describing it to the best of my ability, so bear with me. But my friend thought it would be a good idea to try to start to get with this girl, as she was always chatting to them to get close. I can't say for sure, but I'm almost certain that he was hooking up with her, which just made this all the more messed up. A new Polish girl had also started in school, and she was the most beautiful girl I'd ever seen. After a few weeks, I plucked up the courage to ask her out, and to my surprise, she said yes. Sweet. This would be short-lived though, because I had no idea at the time Carolina was actually good friends with Maya. And as soon as Maya found out, she went around the school telling everyone who would listen, and of course Carolina blamed me for telling everyone and cut that short. I have no idea what was running through Maya's head when she found out, but her little plan had worked and had pushed me to breaking point. I had to deal with this. I thought this was getting better as the focus had seemed to be off me while she was with my friend. What a jerk he is, by the way. But apparently not. I ended up caving and inviting her into my house so I could get to the bottom of this, which in hindsight might not have been a good idea. So I invited her around while everyone was out. Now, I can't remember the entire conversation, but she knew where all the rooms were and what they looked like. I remember the chills as she told me about my house. I eventually asked her why she had ruined my very short relationship with Carolina, and she scowled horribly at the name and just replied, "You're mine and you always will be." I lost my shit, yelling at her, threatening to kick her in the head if she didn't leave me alone, but she seemed to enjoy me shaking and shouting at her. Now, at this point, she'd been following me and stuff for about a year and a half. I didn't have long left in school, but she knew where I lived and my hangouts. She had even managed to get real close to one of my friends. The straw that broke the camel's back was that she had been coming around when I wasn't there, getting really friendly with my mom. My mom's bipolar and manic depressive. Some days she can barely get out of bed. Never mind out of the house. I have no idea why this was never mentioned, but she eventually told my mom she was my girlfriend, and she was sorry for lying to my mom. Well, my mom freaking freaked out. She was only 14 at this time, and I was about to turn 17, so my mom went off the deep end. I think the verbal beatdown my mom gave her is what made her stop, but man, did I really get it drilled into me that night. After trying to explain that she had been stalking me for almost the last 2 years, trying to get close, I found out that Maya had been coming around for months and told my mom we just happened to go to the same school to get friendly. I don't know why the yelling my mom had given her made her stop stalking me. My mom is pretty nasty when she gets going, but I only had a few weeks left in school, and she wasn't following me. I dread to think what could have been if she had sunk her claws any deeper into my life. I know this isn't as terrifying as I'd like to be honest, but reading all of these made me remember that feeling of dread in this situation. I'm sorry for this long post too. I didn't realize how long this would take to explain. I'll begin by giving a little bit of background. At this time, I was a 16-year-old female, working at a chain coffee place while in high school. I'm in college now. I'm 19, 7 hours away from said place. This happened at a time in my life in which I was super shy and had a tough time standing up for myself. In retrospect, I could have handled it a lot better. I used to work closing shifts with my best friend after school, so it would be like from 3 to 10 p.m. or 5 to 10 p.m. We worked at a relatively dead store, so we spent most of our time playing music and talking. We did our duties, of course, like taking out the trash and restocking. Although both of us always dreaded taking the trash out as we had to go out back. The dumpsters were behind the store in a dimly lit area next to a sketchy liquor store. One night a man came in. It wasn't unusual to have customers come near closing. It was just uncommon to see anyone we didn't already know. Our store was mostly just regulars. He was lanky and probably around 30. I mostly remember his eyes. They were piercing, the type that never breaks a stare. I remember initially thinking he was attractive. Yikes. The way he spoke was short and concise, just ordering a small hot latte. I made his order and that was it. I told my friend about how I thought he was attractive, and then we started referring to him as the small hot latte guy. We always called people by their drink orders. He came a bunch of times after that, each time staying a little bit longer and longer, talking a little bit more and more. One day he came with a woman, probably his girlfriend. I remember I felt a little bit weird, like she was staring at me or like they had spoken about me beforehand. She glanced over at him and said, "Wow, she's pretty." I didn't think much of it and said thank you, served them, and I thought that would be the end of it. He then began showing up and talking to me a lot without her. He started off as being friendly. I honestly don't even know what we talk about. I think music. Then he got kind of flirty. Initially I was flattered, but being underage and immature, I didn't even think about the fact that it was kind of alarming. He began to stay for a while. Sometimes he would bring a laptop or a notebook. I could feel him staring at me and listening to our conversations. But at that point, I wasn't getting creepy vibes from him, as my coworker and I had dealt with our fair share of creeps. He then somehow got my number. To this day, I honestly don't know how. He texted me and somehow, I still wasn't creeped out. We would talk about music a lot, and then I began to learn more about him. He was in his late 30s and had prior problems with substance abuse that he never really got into. He went back to school for art and would show me his pieces. He'd also send me a lot of pictures of nature. I thought they were nice. Looking back, they were actually pretty creepy. For example, a picture of his backyard sent at like 3 a.m. He would stay and work on his art as well. He then told me he barely enjoyed hot lattes, that he just wanted to come and see me. He would come in and give me gifts even. This was the point I finally started realizing that I did not like this situation. He started by just giving little snacks or drinks. I would accept but would never eat or drink them. It wasn't that I necessarily thought he had ill intentions. I just had a hard time accepting gifts. I remember one night he brought me a book about one of his favorite artists. I reluctantly took it but had tried to decline before. I remember telling him about one of my favorite musicians and sending him a link to a performance I really liked. Then he started getting sexual while talking nonstop about the song. He began talking super aggressively, and I would laugh it off and decline when he would ask to send pictures. I began talking less and less and told my friends about the situation. She agreed that it was getting creepy and said I should maybe change my schedule. I told her I'd be fine because I'm stubborn. He'd still come in every week at closing time, and he'd even stay in his car till we closed. Meaning, He would watch me go to the back to take the trash out. I began making excuses as to why I couldn't talk and began going to the back of the store when I would see him. He then sent me a bunch of texts about how great I looked while working. I didn't respond, but he kept texting, and I told him I didn't want to talk anymore. He sent a bunch of messages describing me how much I meant to him and how he wouldn't be alright. I started freaking out and I blocked his number. Still, I returned to work. I honestly thought that he would stop coming by. I was wrong. I felt uneasy the whole shift. My friend said that if he came by, he would just go to the back and wait it out. I saw his car coming and my heart sank. I was on the verge of tears and hurried to the back. I could hear them talking but couldn't decipher what exactly was being said. Then about 10 minutes later she came to the back. I could visibly see that she was upset. We ended up both just crying and hugging each other. Not the first time we've done that. She told me he kept asking to see me and asking how I was, and she just kept refusing. She told him how I was underage and how he made me feel uncomfortable. He wouldn't give up. Eventually, she threatened him and he left. We were both shaken up, but I thought it was over. It was time to take out the trash and lock up, and we both felt okay. I was opening the door while juggling like 3 bags of trash and saw something on the ground. I was confused at first, but then realized what I saw. It was flowers and a note. I never felt so sick to my stomach and looked around the parking lot. I didn't see his car. I threw them out immediately and told my friend I didn't want to read the note. She read it and told me I had to. It was something to the effect of, "I've never felt so connected to someone. You are breaking my heart. Please don't do this. I'm sorry." Looking back, I honestly didn't lead him on, but initially, I just felt as if I was in the wrong. Nonetheless, we turned the corner to take the trash out and both hoped that the parking lot was empty. It wasn't. Let's just say the trash was not going to get taken out that night. I continued working there and still worked there on my breaks from college. I had different hours after that, and in the summer I was going to leave for my freshman year, and I saw him again. It was around 3 p.m. It was busy, we made eye contact, and he left. That was the last time I saw him. Looking back, I was so naive and could have handled the situation so much better. I am forever thankful to my friends. Over 20 years ago, I dropped out of school and moved to the Midwest to live with my boyfriend at the time. His name was Tom and I barely knew him, but he had only just turned 20 and was feeling disenchanted with his life. I was in college but had no direction and no idea what I wanted to do, and had just had a falling out with my best friends, leaving me with no real friends either. Then I met this guy who lived halfway across the country. He was everything I had wanted as a new adult. Charming and sweet, and everyone loved him. Now in my mid-30s, I recognize a lot of things he was doing as narcissistic behavior. He love-bombed me from the start, convinced me that I would be happier if I just left my whole life, and wanted to isolate me from my family and few remaining friends. And I left him. My family didn't take it lightly and tried their hardest to convince me not to go. But after they met him, they eased up. Like I said, he was a charmer. They ultimately resigned themselves to the fact that I was a legal adult and could do what I wanted in the long run, and they didn't want to risk not having a relationship with me at all, so they backed off a bit and wished me well. Almost as soon as I had moved, his attitude changed completely. He would get mad at nothing and make me leave the room if he was in it and didn't feel like talking. And eventually it progressed into him calling me stupid every chance he got, and threatening to kick me out of the house almost every month. I always knew when it was coming to. He had a cycle. He also convinced me that I had nowhere else to go since I had no family close by, and all of my friends were his friends first. I was trapped. I eventually fell into a pretty deep depression and just resigned myself to my new fate. His behavior only got worse. He started to berate me in front of other people. On one occasion, I asked him for a cigarette when we were hanging out with some friends. He took one out of the pack and threw it across the room and said, "Bitches smoke last," and started laughing. No one else laughed, but no one else did anything either. He punched me in the stomach one day in front of his grandma, who just said, "Oh, Tom, stop that." And he laughed it off like it was nothing. He treated me like this day in and day out for almost 4 years. During the last year that I was there, he would lock me out of my bedroom and I would hear him talking to other girls. I found messages on his MySpace account. Yeah, this was a long time ago. Of him talking to other women and telling them he was going to break up with me and date them instead. One girl in particular, April, also tried to talk to me and befriend me. I didn't know the extent of their relationship and just thought she was trying to be nice to me. At the time, I had no idea the nature of their relationship, but thought it was odd they were being so chatty online. My birthday is on New Year's Day, so on New Year's Eve, the last year that I lived there, I wanted to go out with some friends. All of my friends were also his friends, and we knew them all very well, so I didn't think it was weird to go out with him. I should mention that he hardly ever left the house and didn't have a cell phone, and would never come to the house phone if I called. All the girls he talked to were done online in messaging apps. I asked him if he wanted to go, but he said no like I knew he would. So I went. And I had fun for the first time in what seemed like forever. My friend, who was a dude, drank too much and couldn't drive me home, so we both slept at his sister's house. We slept completely separately and had no feelings for each other at all, and nothing did or ever would have happened. I didn't think twice about staying and didn't bother calling the house to let Tom know that I wasn't coming home because, like I've made clear, he mostly didn't want me around and wouldn't have come to the phone anyways. The next morning when I got home, I turned the corner to walk down the hallway in our shotgun-shaped house. He was walking towards me with a horrible look on his face, and I knew I was in trouble. He shoved me as hard as he could into the wall. I went into the bedroom and he followed. He started yelling at me, calling me all kinds of names, and saying that he expected better of me. I sat down on the edge of the bed and he stood over me still yelling. Then all of a sudden he punched me right in the face. Just hard enough to shock me but not leave a black eye. Something came over me at that point and I stood up and told him, "Don't ever touch me again," and walked out. Over the course of the next few days, I packed up what little of my stuff I could gather and told him I was going to stay at my sister's back in California for a while. He thought I was coming back, but I never did. I sent his grandma money to pack my stuff and ship it to me, and I never saw him again. But that doesn't mean the story is over. Fast forward a few months, and I see online that he's dating April, the girl from MySpace. I laughed a little at it since she was still trying to be my friend, even though I had never met her and she had been talking to my ex while I was still with him. I wrote her off as a nutcase and didn't think much of it. That is, until one night I got 30 text messages from an unknown number. It wasn't unknown for long since she identified herself almost immediately. She was saying the world's worst things to me. I had been casually mentioning to online friends that she was a weirdo, and that they probably deserved each other, since it struck me as weird that she was so two-faced about being nice to me, while she was sending my boyfriend at the time nude photos. She had apparently been alerted to my comments. She wasn't at all happy about it. Among the text messages were threats of coming out to California to kill me, and warning me that she fights dirty. She had gotten my number out of his phone one night and was going ballistic. I told her to stop or I would call the police, and that only shut her up for the one night. Every single day I would hear from her. I began dating somebody new and she would add him on every social media platform and try to talk to him. She did that with everyone I showed interest in publicly online. She made fake profiles to stalk me on social media and call me horrible names. When I finally went public with what my ex had done to me and how he had treated me, she lost it even more. It took me about a year after I left Tom to tell anyone what he did to me. When I finally did, most people were sympathetic and offered words of comfort. But April, she sent me a 4-page long email that was filled with delusions. She wrote about how she and I were good friends and how she wished that we could still be, and how she tried to be my friends no matter what. She wrote that I was lying about my abuse and that I didn't have battered woman syndrome. And that she knew that for a fact because she majored in psychology in community college. Seriously. She wrote that she had met all of my Midwest friends and they all hated me and laughed about how stupid I was. She wrote that she thought I was a closeted lesbian and that I need therapy. Also saying that she was in contact with a lawyer and they were working on a harassment case against me. Of course, none of this was true. I shut my laptop after reading that letter in total shock. Not only did I have to deal with being treated like garbage for 4 whole years, but now I was dealing with gaslighting from my abusive ex's new girlfriend. What the heck? I responded to her, which I shouldn't have, and told her that I thought she needed professional help and to stop contacting me. Then I wrote to my ex's email that I remembered and told him to tell her to leave me alone. I never heard back from him, but I stopped hearing from April for a while. About a year after that, she started up again. She made new social media profiles and would post the same things I did immediately after I posted about them. She bought clothes that looked like mine, wore her hair the same way. I work in the art industry, and all of a sudden, she started posting about how art is life. I play guitar, so she posted about how she wants to play guitar. I started a cooking blog and even guest blogged for a few websites, and she made posts about how her dad was a chef, so naturally cooking was in her blood. If you're wondering how I knew about what she was posting, it's because she always made herself known. She would like or unlike my photos on Instagram. She would comment on profiles she knew I interacted with. A few times, she would message me with weird nonsense like, "Stop stalking me," when I had literally never spoken to her. Also, yes, people can have similar interests, but one or two things are a coincidence. Having every interest in common with someone is not, and she couldn't just be into the same things as me. If I had a hobby or an interest, she was not only into the same things, but she was the best at it, and it came naturally to her. And she was not only good at it, but so good that people paid her to do it. I once made the mistake of telling a girl online who I didn't really know about April, saying something in passing like, "That girl is crazy." This girl immediately told April what I said, and I started receiving hate mail from people I never heard of before. Friends of April's came out in droves as she posted Instagram stories about how I was stalking her and I was threatening her. Her best friend contacted me on Instagram and told me I was crazy and that what I was doing was a crime, that I should expect to hear from a lawyer with a cease and desist order. I told her that if she needed my lawyer's information, I could forward that to her since I knew that there was no way I was ever in danger of legal action. About 3 months later, that same best friend sent me an email that she had gotten from a blog I ran at the time. She apologized for what she said to me, said that her friend was clearly disturbed and she had no idea, and was sorry for invalidating my trauma that I had experienced with my ex. This last event was maybe 4 years ago. I don't hear much from April anymore, but that's not to say I don't hear from her at all. She still posts on Twitter about how I abused her, and how I'm still lying about my experiences with Tom. Please remember that I have never ever met this person, and have only ever had conversations with her in passing when she would message me over a decade ago on MySpace. Not only did I have to endure 4 years of abuse at the hands of my ex-boyfriend Tom, but I have to deal with over 10 years of hate messages and harassment from a clearly unhinged woman who has fixated on me for some reason. I've heard from people that they are no longer together, but that hasn't stopped her for good, it seems. I still hear from her every once in a while. I write all of this to say, if you have experienced trauma or abuse, you are not alone. And that even if certain people don't believe you and call you a liar, I believe you. No matter who you are or my personal feelings about you, if you have been abused or assaulted, I believe you. There is never any reason to call someone a liar publicly for years. So, to April, I hope that he never hurt you and that you are doing okay. I hope you get the help that you need and that you're safe and comfortable. But please, let's never meet. This was many years ago, maybe when I was 20 or 21. I was assaulted when out jogging in a park while on vacation somewhere north in Ontario. It was deep in the woods. I was listening to music alone. I should have been more careful. There was this guy with a blue dirt bike at the entrance to the trail who was acting really creepy and suspicious. He kept trying to start conversations with me as I was unpacking my stuff and getting ready. Kept asking about things like, "Where did you come from?" or "You work out?" When I was changing my shoes, he asked me for my shoe size, and I immediately thought he was a creep. I just lightly chatted with him and kept my gaze down. I was wearing a hat, so it would hopefully hide my face. Nearly half an hour of jogging and sightseeing, I saw the blue bike ahead. It was parked off to the side, and I remember the feeling like a lump in my stomach suddenly formed, and I thought for sure that guy was probably ahead to try something. I was on the main path for the whole way since, but considering he was waiting there, I decided to backtrack a little and take the nearest side path to avoid the encounter. 5 minutes into the side path, there was this narrow spot in the trees that led onto an old concrete square. I think it was like a water reservoir or a foundation or something. I wasn't thinking and just kept going. I stepped in this black adhesive stuff on the other side of a lip of concrete. My shoes were completely stuck. It was like some kind of tar or glue. I don't know. I didn't know what it was and just assumed it was something from the structure, like leftover construction stuff. I spent a couple of minutes just trying to work my shoes out, but eventually had to take them off for better leverage. Then I saw the man. He came towards me. I felt panicked. I was going to get my bear spray when he said he was here to help. I didn't want to potentially aggravate him or do something that could get me in trouble, so I stood back and let him try to get my shoes out. I noticed that he was just pretending that he couldn't get them out, and I remembered what he said about my shoe size and thought something was so off, so I backed away and considered spraying him. It happened fast. He turned around and slapped my foot with the black stuff. I stumbled trying to get back. I missed the spray and he was wrestling it out of my hand. I tried to knee him in the groin. He released me and ran off. I got my sock off and was going to run, but he just had more of the stuff. He had some metal bucket of the black stuff, and he was slapping handfuls of it on my feet. Couldn't kick him and it was difficult to move. I was screaming and hitting him as best as I could. Sorry if this is too much detail, but he was telling me to shut up and even used it on my mouth. He pushed me to the ground, took my backpack and just continued sticking the stuff to me. My body was frozen in fear. I heard a buzzing sound and I knew what it was without seeing it. I began struggling to get up or kick him or do anything. My clothes were pinned and my arms too. I'm not going to give details, but yeah. He then started using a vibrator on me. I was crying, stretching it as far as I could. If I got an arm almost out, he would add more. I rarely ever masturbated at the time, so suffice to say it was overstimulation. He didn't undress me apart from my pack and socks and didn't use his you-know-what anywhere, so I'm at least grateful for that. He just kept buzzing me and fondling my body with stuff, asking things like, "Do you like it?" or "Does it feel good?" It was probably around an hour of that and he was recording it. I just let him do whatever until I found a way out or someone came. Then he brought up his towel to my nose. It was fuming with some chemical. I was thrashing and trying to scream. Somebody heard, I guess, and shouted. I don't remember much. Time was all fuzzy. It felt like I was falling on a roller coaster. When I got my thoughts back together, it was getting dark and I was alone. I spent a long time getting out, ripping my clothes and scraping the stuff off my body where it was on my skin. I still don't know what it was, but Googling it suggested birdlime or construction adhesive. It was also apparently a type of fetish, so yeah. I walked back to my car. There was nobody there at night, and I just drove back to my cabin and sat there in the bath. Not even turning the water on. Just sitting there thinking of what happened, trying to get as much off of me before I washed myself. My feet and other parts around my belly were stained black for a couple of weeks, and that night I just lay there silent. Even now, just touching stuff like soap brings back that time, and I can't help but feel weird by the slimy feeling of it. I'm wondering if anyone has ever had similar experiences or encounters with black adhesive. This happened a few years ago in Upper Ontario on a semi-official hiking trail. I really don't remember much of what happened during or after the assault, possibly because of whatever fumes I was exposed to. I remember driving very slowly because I was still feeling off balance. In hindsight, I probably shouldn't have been driving, but there was no traffic that late. Some years ago, my family lived in a heavily wooded area in the Pacific Northwest. I was 5 at the time. My sister was 6. Our yard was fairly good-sized, at the end of which was nothing but thick woods that ran back a long way. Our parents always told us to never wander off into the woods, but my sister and I were raised with adventurous spirits. That's why I always blamed this story on my folks. So one day we get the swell idea to go for a little hike in the woods on our own. We waited for our parents to both go inside, and off we went merrily tromping through the woods without a care in the world. About maybe 10 minutes in, we hear a rustling in the brush ahead, and we both stop dead in our tracks. We both looked at each other with sheer terror in our eyes as we saw a big bearded man approach with a red stained axe in tow. His white wife-beater t-shirt was also splattered red. We had never seen this man before, and he was quite the sight. As a young child, it's hard to remember certain events, but this one has been stuck in my brain. He had a giant physique. The man asked us why we were out in the middle of the woods alone, but we were so frightened, all we could do was cry. He asked us if we wanted to come with him, and he would make us some hot cocoa. We were both shivering at the sight of this man, and at that moment, our parents could be heard yelling for us. Thankful for that, because if this man were any kind of good person, he wouldn't have looked startled and hurried away. After the dude walked away, we both booked it back home as fast as we could. After each of us received a whooping, we told our parents about the man, but my parents must have thought we were lying because they never saw anyone like that in the neighborhood or around our general area. To this day, I'm still not sure what the intentions of this guy were, but you would think he would have asked us where our folks were at, instead of inviting us to wherever for cocoa. I started creeping here a few months ago and fell in love. Originally, I was sad I didn't have any stories to tell, and I kept racking my brain for any creepy memories, but couldn't think of any. Then this past week, a couple of small things accumulated to me, saying, "Damn, I actually think this is Let's Not Meet worthy," so I created this account to share. It's long though, sorry. I'll start by saying I'm a 21-year-old female. I just got a new job hostessing at a restaurant in the downtown area of the very large city I live in. Above the restaurant are pretty pricey lofts. On the first floor is where I work, along with the lobby, elevators, Chipotle, and a bakery, all of which have at least one door near the back of the store that leads to the lobby. When I got the job, I got access to the parking garage that the residents use. From there, I can take a back way to the lobby, which leads to one of the doors connected to my job. Every day I work, I pass a concierge working for the lofts. Occasionally, we speak to them. Like if one of the lobby's restrooms goes out of order, but other than that, it's pretty rare, which is why I thought it was odd when I saw Mike. He's the nightly concierge. Looks around, late 40s to early 50s, round glasses and short. He was around the bar scanning the area like he was looking for something. When he saw me, he came over and asked me for some extra promotion cards that we had been handing out to guests so he could give some to the residents. I simply asked my manager for some and gave it to Mike. That was it. At the end of my shift, Mike comes in and gives me 4 chocolate-covered strawberries, thanking me for my help. I'm used to everyone at this job and area being very polite and kind, so I accepted them with excitement and without a second thought. A couple of days later, I saw Mike again. I was packing a to-go order when he came up and said he had something for me. To follow him. At the concierge desk, he presented me with a bag that reminded me of old brown lunch bags, but was white and an envelope. Inside the bag was a cupcake, and inside the envelope were 2 miniature Hershey's chocolate bars. At this point, I was beginning to feel too much attention had been placed on myself. I needed to share, after all. Sharing is caring, right? I faked excitement, which I realized I shouldn't have. Thanked him and asked if he'd met the other new hostess, Michelle, who I was working with that night. He said no, so I introduced them. 10 minutes later, he brings a second cupcake. Too many sweets make me nauseous, so I ended up giving them to Michelle. He hands the cupcake to me, saying, "Stop by the desk on your way out." I have something for you. But the look on his face was creepy. I'm not exactly sure what it was, but it reminded me of the way a child looks when they've given good news and they're waiting to be praised. Now, I'm starting to think, it better not be another damn cupcake. The night goes by slowly and Mike, yet again, comes in and searches for me. I'm at one of the computers putting in an order and he hands me 2 sheets of paper with some stuff typed on them. He says he's writing a book about the history of the loss. Okay, you're writing a book and you hand me barely a page and a half worth of text. Whatever. At the end of the night, I asked one of my best friends that I work with to stop by the desk with me because I didn't want to go alone. Turns out it's a 3rd cupcake, along with a Cosmopolitan magazine. Inside that is a printout of a joke that someone emailed him. The cover of the magazine is 78 Crazy Hot Sex Facts, which I tried to ignore. He had crossed out the name of the resident it was being mailed to. Read the magazine, I threw away the cupcake, and the joke wasn't funny. Finally, last night, I passed him as I was coming in. As soon as he sees me, his face lights up and I cringe inside. You see, this guy's nice and all, but too much is too much. He stops me and asks, "Hey, did you lose your purse?" "No, I didn't." "Well," and he pulls a small shopping bag out, and it's completely full. I didn't really want to look inside, so I kind of skimmed to the top. As I was pretending to be interested in the bag, he says, "You are the most beautiful girl I've ever seen, so," and trails off waiting for my reply. I acted like I didn't hear him and just thanked him with the fake smile, avoiding eye contact. "Do you want to look at it here, or?" I tell him no, I must clock in before I'm late. I am 30 minutes early. I power walk away, and as soon as I step inside the restaurant, I find Michelle and my manager and tell them what a nice surprise Mike gave me. They knew how creeped out I was by Mike, so they were 10 times more ecstatic than I was to see my little shopping bag. We take it to the back to inspect the items. Lots and lots of miniature feminine care products. Chapstick, wipes, perfume samples, a tampon, toothbrush, toothpaste, etc. And then the mother load. Small bottle of Astroglide natural lubricant. I do a laugh that is equivalent to, "Are you serious?" I feel violated for some reason. Really, really uncomfortable. I keep laughing though because I can't believe this old man just gave me a lube. Everyone is laughing fits too. Everyone else is having laughing fits too. Michelle, the bartender, my manager, and even some of the servers. Anyways, I don't look at the rest of the bag's contents. My manager offered to speak to Mike on my behalf to get him to stop, but I've never been the type to let other people do the talking for me. I'll do it the next time he tries to give me something. The night wears on and I'm on the phone taking an order to go, and Mike comes and drops off another cupcake. Yay. Gave it to Michelle again. She told me when she came in before me, he had asked her if she knew when I was coming in. Upon hearing my arrival was 2 hours away, he says, I have to wait a whole 2 hours before I get to see her." She said it didn't look like he was joking. Had to ask my manager to walk me to my car because I felt like Mike was going to follow me out there or pop out of the shadows or something. We did run into him after we left, but he didn't say more than good night, thankfully. After some deep gossip with a girl that's been working there for a couple of years, she enlightens me. She had come in to eat last night, so she was there and saw everything too. Mike was like this to another girl, the one whose shifts I took after she quit. She said he probably just grabbed all that stuff from gift bags from a party the banquet hall had earlier, not even paying attention to what was in them. But still inappropriate. And the book he was writing? Showed her the papers, and she said it's straight from a brochure the lofts give new residents about the history of the building. My general manager was thoroughly creeped out as well, and he's a creeper himself. He jokes like, "He gave you a bottle of lube? That's inappropriate. I'm going to have to confiscate that, okay?" He brought up a good point that I hadn't realized though. The cupcakes. They were homemade and nobody knew what he put in those. I could be eating semen while he sits at the bar, getting off on watching me/us eat it. I thought they were from the bakery next door. I'm not sure if I'm overreacting or not. I mean, the guy seems harmless, but I've only known him a grand total of 3 days. This is a story about my first trip to London and my first experience of the two. Our village guide group had taken around 19 girls down to London for the weekend to do the regular tourist hotspots and visit the Guiding World Center. Thrilling, I know. I was 14 at the time. I was more than excited to come to London and had received a lovely new coat for the occasion. We lived in rural Yorkshire, so it was quite a big to-do in our village. Believe it or not. We were packed off on the train and spent an unremarkable day and night in the capital city. Then came our tube trip. Unfortunately, the leaders had not planned for rush hour commuter traffic, and anyone can tell you the tube at peak times is a nightmare. It was certainly quite alarming to me, having genuinely never seen so many people crammed into such a tiny space, everybody pushing and rushing past us. We squashed into the corner of a carriage. I don't remember what line we were on. All I know is the 10-minute journey felt a lot longer for me. The carriage was completely packed, and everybody sandwiched into each other. As one of the older guides, I was on the outside of the group. The leaders had urged the younger guides ahead of them. This meant I was squished up against a friend of mine in front of me and a man I didn't know against my back. A few seconds into the journey, I noticed he is swaying against me, rocking and nudging me as the train moves. I push back, as no one else in the carriage seems to be having trouble keeping their balance like him. This doesn't stop him, however. The rocking motion intensifies, and suddenly I realize he is rubbing the bottom of my coat. I didn't turn around at this point, terrified of why this stranger appears to be rubbing my bum. I tried to push up further against my friend. Sadly for me, there is literally nowhere to go. I am stuck against this stranger. He's breathing very heavily at this point, and I bite the bullet and look behind me. I've never seen a you-know-what before, but now there is one being rammed into my lower back while a man masturbates into my new coat. This is the point I should have said something, screamed, shouted, or punched him in the cock maybe. But no. Stand there completely in shock for the rest of the journey while this pervert uses me as a wanking aid. Eventually it's our stop and we leave the train. I run ahead, crying at this point, pushing through the younger girls to get away from this man. I didn't look back at him. I just had to get out. Leaving the train, after it was obvious that I was crying, I refused to tell anyone why. My friend stopped me and I turned away. She laughed. "What's that on the back of your coat? It looks like someone spit on you." I threw that coat in the bin, there on the platform. I never told anyone what happened, and to this day, my mom still teases me about losing my brand new special coat. I would give anything to go back in time and knee that man in the balls so hard that his grandkids cried. So it's 7 a.m. and I'm idling in a McDonald's parking lot until sunrise. The past few days with an escalating prowler have finally driven me out of my home. I, 25 female, live alone and on the ground floor of some cute condos with lovely neighbors. I work nights, but with the pandemic, work has been scarce. Naturally, I'm used to staying up late. 4 nights ago at 2:30 a.m., I was watching TV in the living room and my dog started growling out the window. She only does this when someone or something, it's usually a cat or raccoon, is on my patio. I assumed it was an animal outside until I heard what sounded like somebody trying to open my door. I sat still and listened for more noise because I just couldn't believe that was happening. I called my mom because I'm feeling weirded out and then peek out through my blinds. All closed, by the way, to see the gate to my patio is wide open. I know I shut it and the wind doesn't ever blow it open. I'm still on the phone with my mom and I get the genius idea to go show whoever it is that I'm not scared and go latch my gate while making my presence known. I go outside and there is a man on the walkway near my patio entrance. He was walking away until he heard my door open. He fully turns around to face me and stops staring. Average looking white dude. Hoodie up, hands in pockets, no bag. Strange, as I first assumed it was just a patio thief. When he turns around and looked at me, I got a chill. Why would this thief show me his face and make a point of fully turning to face me and stare? I'm shocked and begin walking backwards towards my door to the inside. He turns back around and keeps walking away. He takes 3 steps, then fully turns around again and stops to stare at me. I went inside and stayed on the phone for a couple of hours until I finally fell asleep. I called the non-emergency police and they made a note. After that first weird encounter, I put a long and low to the ground flower pot against my patio gate so it would at least make noise if somebody opened it. A couple of nights passed and I didn't notice anyone creeping about until last night. At about 1 a.m., I heard a crashing and falling noise. Again, I call my mom for assurance and look around the house to see if anything fell. I think it must be nothing, get off the phone. I suddenly remember my DIY flower pot alarm and peek through the blinds to see yet again my gate is open and the flower pot is knocked over. He came back. I called non-emergency police again. This time they came and did a patrol of the neighborhood. Didn't catch him. Fast forward to tonight's incident. Needless to say, I'm thoroughly creeped out. I find a deal on some security cameras with motion detecting capabilities. Got to Best Buy just before closing and snagged the last pair in stock. I set those bad boys up and felt pretty safe. 1 a.m. again, I'm running a bath and on the phone with my boyfriend and get a motion detected alert for my security cameras. I assume it's just a cat because I didn't hear the gate crash. I reset my flower pot system after it was knocked over the previous night. To my horror, I see a man tiptoeing from the side of my patio towards my door, hoodie up, hands in pockets. He knew not to use the gate because it made noise last night. It was him. He wiggles my door handle. I'm absolutely terrified he is right there. He's back again. I throw on a long coat and run into the lobby barefoot and call 911. My boyfriend got here before the police and was running through the back with a baseball bat looking for this creep. Unfortunately for me, and lucky for him, he didn't find him. Police didn't find him either. So here I am, sitting in a McDonald's parking lot at 7 a.m., scared to go home. It's all just too creepy, and I know to trust my gut. Why would he turn around and stare the first time? Why would he come back after he knew I saw him? And why is he so determined to be here? He hopped the fence to avoid the loud noise of the gate/flower pot. What scares me most is how persistent and undeterred he seems by any of it. What will stop him? What is the end game for him? Nothing is missing from my patio. Frankly, there's nothing to steal. He never had a backpack or bag, just hands in his pockets. I have him trying the door tonight on video. I just don't know how to attach it here. Any advice? Anyone know the psychology of guys like this? What can I do? I'm also staying at a friend's house for a few days and will be monitoring the cameras closely. This happened in 2007 when I was 19. It was summer break and I didn't have to work, so I used my day off to go to a park, climb a tree and read a book. Nobody else was in the park that day. Mine was the only car in the parking lot. It was a beautiful day, so I remember being a little bit surprised at that, but it was also mid-morning on a weekday, so I figured that was why I had the place to myself. I'd been there about an hour when I heard a car pull in. This park is on the top of a steep hill overlooking a valley, and the entrance is kind of strange. You can't exit where you entered. Once you enter the park, you are immediately in the sole parking lot. There is an exit on the far end of the parking lot that circles the entire park and dumps you out on the main road. From where I was sitting and from most angles, the parking lot curves and a majority of it, including the exit, is hidden around a bend and a bunch of trees. You can only see a small portion of the lot. I heard someone enter, but I didn't look up in time to see the car before it disappeared around the bend. A moment later, movement caught my eye. A man walked into the park. He was older but not elderly, late 50s, early 60s. I did the smile, nod, wave thing you do with strangers. He ignored me, which is usually no problem. After all, nobody owes me their time. I was a little bit weirded out, however, because although he didn't acknowledge me, he walked right toward me. I thought maybe he needed directions. Maybe he's actually heading past me to go look at the view of the valley, which You cannot see it all from the tree. But no, without saying a word or looking at me in the eye, he walked to the tree and sat down directly beneath me. I know it sounds silly, I'm sure, but there was something about his presence that really got to me. It wasn't even the silence. I can sit in silence no problem. I actually prefer it. It was just him. He was completely motionless, like no coughing or fidgeting, nothing. He stared at the small section of the parking lot and the porta potties. He could have sat anywhere in the entire empty park, but chose to sit directly beneath the girl he was ignoring. So he could sit and silently stare at the parking lot. Why come to a beautiful park with great views and nature trails if you're going to look at the parking lot? I don't know why, but my intuition had me on high alert. I told myself that I wasn't getting down until he left. If he tried to come up after me, I thought I would win. I could stomp on his hands, push him or whatever, but if I came down I was vulnerable. He could grab my legs. It was too high to jump down without risking injury. Best to stay put. Thing was, I kind of expected him to move after a while. But nope, he sat beneath me for more than a half hour without so much as fidgeting. The whole time I kept saying to myself, hey, you're just being paranoid. He's just an older dude at a park. Maybe he really likes this tree. But I still didn't get down. At that point though, I was also kind of over being stuck in the tree, so I decided to smoke him out. I texted a friend and said there was a strange man near me and asked if she would give me a call. I figured if he's just a benign old man looking for some peace and quiet, then my being loud will encourage him to seek it in literally any other section of this very large empty park. If he's trying to murder me, maybe he'll realize I have a cell phone, because not everyone did back in 2007, and hopefully leave me alone. At the very least, I thought that if I waited long enough, somebody else might come into the park and see me. My friend called and asked me if I was okay, and I tried to seem nonchalant and breezy. She just kept checking in throughout the call. Is he still there? How about now? He didn't move a muscle, didn't acknowledge that I was being pretty rude, just kept staring out at the parking lot. I was still telling myself that I was being paranoid. My friend thankfully had the time to stay on the phone with me. We talked for about 40 minutes and then he just stood up and left. I watched him disappear around the bend in the parking lot. As soon as he was out of earshot, I told my friend he had left and we left my paranoia. Yeah, she teased. Some creepy old man in the park scared you by sitting. I felt so silly acting like I had. At that point, our fake conversation had turned into a real one though, so we stayed on the phone. I hadn't seen her in a couple of months since college had let out for the summer, so we had a lot to catch up on. Outside of the awkwardly fake small talk we'd made for the past 40 minutes. I was in that tree for another 30 minutes and stayed on the line as I hopped down. I gathered up my stuff and walked to the parking lot. I turned the bend and stopped. No one else had come into the park, but my car wasn't alone. Parked opposite, it was a black, windowless 16-passenger van, and in the driver's seat, the older man. I felt frozen. I said to my friend, "He's been waiting in the parking lot this whole time." And she yelled, "So what are you waiting for? Get in your car." That got me moving. I ran to my car as fast as I could, locked my doors, and watched him in my rearview mirror. I started my car and he started his van. I reversed out of my spot, he reversed out of his. I went toward the exit, so did he. I drove like crazy out of that one-lane road out of the park, despite the speed limit being 15 because of all the wildlife, and I'm still thankful I didn't hit a deer or an animal, or someone. He kept up, but I lost him on a bend and made it to the main road. I watched my mirrors the whole way home in case he was still following me. I looked over my shoulder for weeks afterwards, worried that he had my license plate number. Basically, I think I got away from my would-be kidnapper by being patient and annoying. Always trust your intuition. Once, when I was about 13 or 14, I got home from school and was home alone. I was kind of an anxious kid, and this was before cell phones were common. About 2002, I think. I called my mom at work a lot. This involved calling the security desk, and they would come get her off the factory floor. And she told me that I couldn't call her at work anymore because she could get in trouble. Previously, I would call about things like, "When are you coming home?" and just to make up stuff to talk about because I was bored or lonely, so I get it. Recently, my mom had purchased on credit a big flat screen TV and stand from Best Buy, and we had spent tons of time treating our living room like a movie theater. We had over 200 VHS tapes. We lived with my grandma while I was growing up, in a basement apartment. It was a walkout and had a full kitchen and bathroom, while grandma lived upstairs. I came home on the bus and noticed that my grandma had left the garage door open. She was a little forgetful sometimes, so it was something she did from time to time. I went straight to the basement from my garage and into my room. I remember looking around like, dang, I thought I just cleaned up in here, and it's a mess already. I was a bit of a slob as a kid when it came to my room though, so I didn't think much of it. I was only in there for a minute or so before deciding to go watch some TV. I got to the living room and it was gone. Now, I'm not the brightest crayon in the box when it comes to real life stuff at this age, so I'm mostly just confused. I honestly believe at this point that the TV is broken and my mom sent it to Best Buy or something to be repaired. I go upstairs to my grandma's house to use the phone. Our phone line downstairs we only used for internet at the time. I called my mom at work, knowing she's going to be a bit mad, and she is. It went a little bit like this after they brought her to the phone. What? Sorry to call, I was just wondering. Where's the TV? What are you talking about? It's downstairs where it always is. No, it's gone. Is it in the shop? That's when she got serious. Are you home alone? Is Grandma there? No, she's gone. She left the garage door open when she left. That's not good. Go lock yourself in the bathroom. I'm coming home. At this point, I hear footsteps running loudly up our basement stairs. The access to the basement was through the garage, the same as the access to the upstairs. I scream and drop the phone, corded wall phone, running to the back of the house where the bathroom is, slamming the door, locking it, and opening the bathroom vanity drawers since the door opened inward and it wouldn't open with the drawers out. My mom called the police and rushed over. Our house at the time was set up in such a way that we shared an entrance with the parking lot, so I'm assuming whoever was robbing us was parked over there, which is why I didn't notice any cars and they got away so fast. My room was trashed. My mom's room was trashed, and the TV and fishbowl full of change were gone. The scariest part to me was not just that I was downstairs alone with the person, but that I was in the same room. The basement was a one-bedroom with a huge living room. My mom had cut the living room in half with a big entertainment center, which the TV was in front of, but she had no door, only a wide opening to one side, so while I was checking out the TV, somebody was on the other side of the entertainment center, going through my mom's underwear drawer. How do I know? Because they stole all of her underwear too, except for one pair that was on the stairs when the cops got there, and it wasn't there when I went downstairs when I got home. Actually, my mom always said she thought it was a woman who robbed us, because she assumed that she took all of her underwear and swimsuits, same drawer to wear. I don't agree, although she could have been protecting her own feelings or mine at the time. Cops never found our stuff, and it took 10 years before my mom got a big TV like that again.